Oh man, look at that. Did you see the size of that caiman? It's a giant.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I've been chasing monster fish my whole life. This time, I'm in Northern Argentina to look into some frightening stories I've heard of monsters literally dragging fishermen from their boats.
Y cuando me caí al agua me llevó el pescado.
Some victims have even disappeared forever, and nobody knows what really happened.
Pero ya encontraron los huesos, no tenían nada más.
Northern Argentina can be a very hostile and dangerous place.
Apague el motor, por favor.
To find out what's really going on in these waters, I'll need to go to extremes.
The size of those piranhas. And I'm surrounded.
To track down this monster.
Big fish. I just hope it doesn't get up.
I'm here in Northern Argentina, where I've heard rumors of fish so powerful, they've been said to literally drag fishermen right off their boats. Are there really monster fish lurking in these waters that are strong enough to pull a man overboard and drown him? That's what I want to find out.
The Paraná River runs through South America for over 3,000 miles. Reaching nearly 20 miles wide in some places, the word Parana comes from an indigenous word, meaning like the sea. This river forms a natural border between Argentina and Paraguay. In the village of Itaibate, across the river from Paraguay, a young fisherman tells me a truly terrifying story. A story that has traumatized him so badly that every day he goes to a small shrine and prays to Gauchito Gil, a local folk hero and saint, to ask for his protection.
Marcelo, ¿qué te pasó ese día? Ese día fui con mi canoa solo, fui a pescar de noche. Estaba oscuro ya. Estaba pescando ahí y mi canoa solo. De repente me picó un pescado y lo enganché y cuando empecé a sacar y de repente me empezó a llevar.
The fish was so big, Marcelo couldn't stop it.
Peleamos por 20 minutos. Peleaba. Era grande el pescado. Grandote.
He fought the monster as best he could, but he made a mistake, and the line wrapped around his hand, and the fish pulled him overboard.
Y cuando me caí al agua me llevó el pescado.
¿Te llevó el pescado?
Me llevó. Yo pensé que me estaba por ahogar ya. Cuando me fui al agua, no sé cómo salió, un milagro.
Luckily, he managed to untangle his hand from the line and was able to swim back to the surface.
Y ahí todo desesperado ya salí arriba ya. Me fui por la canoa y salí en la canoa y ya salí como te digo, asustado. Pero fue un milagro lo que sucedió ese día.
Wow.
No sabía qué era ese pescado que hasta ahora sigo en pensamiento, no sé qué era ese pescado que yo enganché.
Un bicho enorme, ¿eh?
Bastante grande.
That's incredible. To this day, he has no idea what it was. But one thing's for sure, it must have been huge to be able to pull a man overboard.
Es un milagro que estás aquí para contarme esta historia.
De verdad que sí.
Wow.
This is exactly the type of story that brought me here. Stories of fishermen pulled into the waters of the Parana by some kind of ultra-powerful monster.
¿Y dónde pasó eso?
Aquí, por aquí no.
En esa zona aquí.
Sí, o sea, en la zona de aquí.
Marcelo was so deeply affected by the accident, he's now afraid to fish at night. But despite that, he offers to show me where he fought the beast.
We're going to the exact same spot where it happened, at the exact same time of day. Actually, night. And the best way to find out what's down there is to drop a bait down to the bottom and see what I can get. See what's down there.
¿Es el lugar?
Sí, aquí fue el lugar donde que se me escapó el pescado grande.
We are at the exact spot where it happened, so I hope to find a monster that nearly drowned Marcelo.
¿Pescas mucho de noche?
Sí, se pesca mucho. Es muy bueno, pero muy un riesgo.
¿Por qué?
Hay mucho tráfico acá. Paraguay y la Argentina.
¿De droga?
De droga, todo.
The Paraná River is a main artery for drug trafficking between Argentina and Paraguay. Fishermen here are caught in the middle, constantly at risk of crossing paths with the wrong people.
That's reassuring. Not only are there monster fish that can pull a man overboard, but there's drug runners too.
¿Y qué pasa si te encuentran aquí?
Si llegan, te sacan todo y te pueden llegar a matar todo.
No.
Sí,
¿Te pueden matar?
sí, te pueden llegar a matar.
I mean, he's fished here his whole life and he never had a problem. So, it should be all right. I hope. Oh.
Pique.
Sí.
Pescado grande.
Sí, ¿eh?
Sí. Sí, pez grande. Cuidado.
Está en el fondo donde se mueve. I wonder what that is. Barely moving on the bottom, but it's got a lot of weight. Feel some trees on the bottom, that's no good. Man. Oh, no.
Reventó la línea.
Sentí, sí, se quebró la línea. Eso es línea de 40 kilos.
Unbelievable. That was a big fish. Man, I would have loved to see what it was.
Grande pez, ¿eh?
Bastante grande.
¿Es esta luz? ¿Quieres?
No sé.
Apague el motor, por favor.
¿Y la policía?
Policías.
At least, it's not drug traffickers, but the police might think that we are. This is no joke. They'll be well armed and on guard.
Hola.
Acerquen por favor la embarcación. ¿Qué transportan?
Equipo de pesca.
¿Qué tiene en la mochila, señor?
Equipo de pesca.
Muy bien. Saque por favor todo lo que tenga, por favor.
Alicate, ropa, fósforo.
¿Me permite la documentación de la embarcación?
Sí, uno.
¿Documentos?
Está todo listo ahí.
Verificalo, por favor.
7 Gol, Lima Fósforo.
Lima Fósforo, Lima 7 Gol, por favor.
Quiero saber si la embarcación Paraíso Octavo tiene autorización para pescar de noche.
I just hope that our documents are in order.
¿Tienen autorización correspondiente?
Ok, QCL, gracias.
Recomendaciones, señores. Es una zona fronteriza donde hay posibles hechos ilícitos.
Fortunately, we have the right documentation. The police let us go after warning us of the danger here.
Adiós, gracias. Disculpa. Man, it's not the kind of place you want to hang out. First, I get broken up by a big fish, and now the cops. I think it's time for a wrap.
After a few hours of sleep, I'm back on the Paraná River, looking for the monster. This time, I'm with Walter, a local fisherman who knows the area really well. Meeting Marcelo has got me even more motivated to find out what kind of monster could pull a fisherman right out of his boat. I was even broken up by something so big, it was unstoppable. I hope Walter can help me figure out what it was. We start by trolling to cover a large area as quickly as possible.
There's some monsters out here. These big fish, they have a tendency to stay down. They don't really come up to the surface. So one of the best ways to catch them is to troll some big lures like this. And by trolling a lure with a big lip in front of it, he actually pulls the lure down with doing this motion. It goes all the way down until it bounces off the bottom. It's all very mysterious in a way because you have to picture that lure on the bottom going in front of a predator's face until one decides to go for it, to attack it.
We're trolling for a predator fish that could attack a lure. But I've heard that in some areas of the Parana, giant freshwater stingrays lurk in the depths.
¿Qué pez piensas que tendría la fuerza para llevar un hombre al agua?
La haya.
He also seems to think that a huge stingray could do it.
Y la raya es muy poco que lo se ve.
He believes that a big stingray could pull a person under. But given that big ones are rare in these waters, he has another monster fish in mind.
El surubí. El surubí. Sí, el surubí. Acá lo llamamos el toro del río, por la fuerza que tiene.
El toro de río.
El toro del río.
Por el tamaño también.
El tamaño también, supera.
Walter explains that the surubí can grow to the size of a man, close to 6 feet long and more than 150 pounds.
Y la fuerza como el toro.
Eso seguro que te lleva un hombre. Tiene una fuerza increíble.
Sí, una fuerza increíble.
The bull of the river, the surubí. That could have been what pulled Marcelo under.
Bueno, buen tamaño, buen tamaño, buen tamaño.
pez, sí.
Gran pez.
Getting a little bit of a fight here. I don't know what it is yet.
¿Qué piensas que es?
Un surubí grande.
Un surubí?
Sí, un surubí.
Oh, surubí, surubí. This is a nice surubí, but I can already tell from the fight and from what I've seen of the fish on the surface that this one is too small to be able to pull someone under. Beautiful Surubí catfish. What a splendid animal. Look at the patterns on the back. That's camel right there. Oh my gosh. Definitely not big enough to pull a man overboard though. But you know what? They can grow really big. More than 5 feet long and close to 200 pounds. So I guess his grandpa could pull a man overboard. All right, you go back, buddy.
Qué pez lindo.
Felicitaciones, Cyril.
Gracias.
Muy buen pez.
Gracias a ti, amigo, por llevarme aquí.
Pero hay bicho más grande, mucho más grande.
¿Bicho así?
Enorme, enorme.
Eso quiero.
According to Walter, a huge surubí would be strong enough to pull someone into the water. But to be sure, I'll have to get one on the line and feel the power of one of these giants myself. But before casting out again, I want to take a look under the surface and see with my own eyes if such giants really do exist. So far, I only see small fish, but I'm sure that by going deeper, I'll see some bigger ones. Oh man, look at that. Did you see the side of that caiman? It's a giant. It swam that way, so I think I'm okay. But he was right there. There are a lot of caimans around here, but if I want to find a surubí, I'll have to move to a deeper part of the river. Visibility isn't bad, but the current's really strong. The riverbed begins to drop rapidly, and the current pushes me faster and faster. I just hope I don't come face to face with a monster caiman. I'm really getting swept along. With the current this strong, if I come across a big obstacle, I won't be able to avoid it. Finally, I'm starting to see more fish.
Wow, look at all the surubis. They're everywhere, but none are big enough to pull someone from their boat. It's getting really deep here.
The current continues to push me downstream, and my air is getting low. The deeper the river gets, the less fish I find, but the ones I do see are bigger and bigger.
Look at that one. That's a very nice surubi.
I find a deep hole, about 50 feet deep, where almost no light can reach. I might be able to find a giant down here, but it's seriously time for me to get back to the surface. The river starts to become more shallow, and the current helps me get to the surface. I've seen some surubis, but no monster ones. However, something I did see makes me think that I may not be looking for the right species. I've been looking for the monster fish responsible for pulling fishermen into the Paraná River. And although I didn't find a huge surubi during my dive, coming across that caiman made me think that a culprit might not actually be a fish, but a caiman. Could it be that the victims had hooked an enormous caiman by accident and were pulled into the water? It's a possibility I have to explore. Caimans are among the largest carnivorous reptiles in South America. They tend to avoid humans, but when hungry, they can become extremely aggressive. To find out if a caiman is actually capable of pulling a person out of a boat, I head out to meet Luis. He runs a caiman farm, and I hope he can tell me more about the power of this reptile.
Los yacares pueden llegar ¿hasta qué tamaño?
Hasta 4 metros.
4 metros. ¿Y piensa que tiene la fuerza para llevar un hombre al agua?
Sí, totalmente. Tiene capacidad para matar a un ser humano en el instante.
Sí.
La mordedura es muy fuerte. Tiene más fuerza que un motor.
¿Sí?
Lleva más rápido la embarcación.
According to him, a caiman is just pure muscle. It's so powerful that for sure it could pull a man overboard, no doubt about it.
¿Piensa que podría atacar a un hombre?
Sí, puede atacar a un hombre. Fácilmente puede atacar.
Luis says that a caiman would have no problem attacking or even killing a human, because they are known to prey on very large animals.
Ciervo, búfalo.
¿Búfalo?
Sí, especialmente bajan la población de piraña.
¿Así?
What he says is really interesting because caimans love to eat piranhas, and by doing so, they actually regulate the population. They keep the piranha population in check. And if the caimans were not here, the piranha population would literally explode and it would create a problem in the environment.
Luis's farm produces caiman meat, but some of its animals are released back into the wild to ensure the sustainability of the local caiman population.
Un montón de
Muchos yacarés.
yacares. ¿Cuántos tienen aquí?
1000 yacarés.
1000.
1000 yacarés.
Y a una parte de ese criadero de la población de yacaré de aquí que sueltan al medio ambiente.
El 20% se suelta al medio ambiente. 20-30%.
Ah, qué bueno.
Sí, sí.
Tienen más que yo. Qué lindo. Quiero uno. No.
Today, Luis and his team are releasing a big male into the wild. And since I want to know if a caiman could have the strength to pull someone overboard, like what happened to Marcelo, he suggests that I try to catch the reptile myself. But it won't be easy, because to do so, I'll have to put a rope around the 8-foot beast, then get it onto the bank.
¿Piensa que soy bastante fuerte?
Lo vas a sacar. Si te lleva al agua, te ayudamos.
Vamos, amigo.
First, the guys attract the caiman's attention. And when they get closer to the bank, Luis throws a big piece of bait to lure a large male out of the water.
¿Es el que quiere?
Sí, sí, esto que
That's the one they want, the big one.
I'll have to catch this caiman the way the locals do it, with a lasso. But I need to wait for the right moment. This is my chance. The caiman is focused on the bait. It's backing away, but the piece of meat is too tempting. Got it. The caiman starts spinning, something they do to rip pieces of flesh from their prey.
For sure, if you got that at the end of a line and you're in a small boat, there's definitely a chance you're gonna go overboard.
I managed to get it onto the bank.
Pesado.
But it's not over yet. To control its jaw, Luis will have to move very cautiously behind the caiman.
Cuídate, Luis.
Tensa la soga, tensa la soga, tensa la soga. Tensa la soga. Epa.
Wow, he's pretty intense. He climbed right on top of it.
Caiman's jaws are far stronger for snapping shut than for opening. So to avoid getting bit, a couple of rounds of tape will do just fine.
¿Y entonces qué hacemos ahora?
Lo llevamos a la laguna. A la naturaleza lo volvemos.
Ah, okay, qué bueno. We're gonna move this caiman into the wild.
No se puede hacer la caja, mira.
That's really nice what they do. Really nice conservation effort.
Mamá. Vaya. Vaya. Ya. Ahí bájenla. Ahora, ¿y tenés cuchillo algo?
Luis removes the tape from around the caiman's mouth before releasing it. And it's gone. I'm still not 100% sure that caimans are responsible for all these accidents. But having felt the strength of a caiman myself, I can tell you, it's at the top of my list of animals that could pull a fisherman from his boat. In many villages along the Parana, I hear stories of similar accidents. Pai, a local fisherman, had a comparable story.
¿Y tú? ¿Ya te pasó eso?
Sí, es que tengo el espinel, una sola.
He tells me that during a fight with a monster, one of the hooks on his long line got lodged in his hand.
Sí, pero no me llevó al agua. Me llevó así un poco y agarré el alicate y le corté.
¿Y sin alicate te hubiera...?
Me iba a tirar al agua.
Others haven't been as lucky as Pai.
Entonces hay gente que salen de pesca y nunca vuelven.
Solamente encuentro la canoa.
Solamente se encuentra la canoa.
See? It's not just stories. It happens for real.
So now, not only am I looking for a monster that can pull someone under, but I'm also trying to figure out what might devour a person so completely that they disappear altogether. I think I have a good idea of what that might be. Under certain conditions, piranhas will come together to feed in a violent frenzy. Could that explain these disappearances? In the heart of the Amazon jungle, I saw what piranhas are capable of.
E nesse sangue vem cardume de piranha. E elas vieram para cima.
Half of his body was eaten. Even the head was cleaned off.
Is that for real?
That's for real.
Here in Northern Argentina, there's only a handful of piranha species. I'm at the office of the local Attorney General to meet a team of investigators who've seen how voracious piranhas can be here. They tell me the story of a thief who fled after robbing a bank machine and jumped into a river.
Varias personas lo vieron cuando él ingresó al río, se tiró al río. En la búsqueda, primero se encontró un zapato.
She explains that her team searched for hours, but the only thing they found was a skeleton. Only the bones of the victim remained.
Es comido, devorado por palometas.
No dejaron nada. Hacen su trabajo de manera muy efectiva.
Sí, sí, la verdad que sí.
The coroner concluded that the victim had already been dead when the piranhas began to devour him.
Él se ahogó, pero estos animalitos están siempre en la zona. Y una vez que empiezan a morder, comienzan con un pie, el cardumen se hace inmenso Es imparable.
It's a terrible story, but it proves that when the conditions are right, these predators are capable of making someone disappear entirely.
Man, that was a gruesome story. Wow. Piranhas can definitely do a great job at cleaning up the scene of the crime. But it still doesn't tell me what's big enough and strong enough to pull a man overboard.
There's still a lot of questions, including whether piranhas are really capable of attacking a live human. For this behavior to happen, the water level would have to be low and natural food sources in very short supply. In other words, the piranhas need to be starving. I've already tested this by putting my hand in piranha-infested waters.
I can see them actually, they're right around my hand. They're not attacking.
This time, I'm going even further by immersing myself completely in their environment. I'm heading to the Esteros de Libera, a vast wetland covering over 8,000 square miles, an area bigger than the state of New Jersey. I crossed the marsh with Luis, a gaucho, a local cowboy, who takes me to an area infested with piranhas.
It's incredible. It's a maze of rivers, creeks, lakes, water everywhere. Without the help of Luis, for sure I would never get out of here. I'd get lost.
But before diving among piranhas, I'll see firsthand the harsh reality of life here in the wild. The capybara is the largest rodent on Earth, and its main predator here is the caiman. The caiman has spotted its prey. It approaches stealthily, but the capybara feels its presence, and it doesn't stick around. This time, the capybaras come out on top. This area is particularly hostile. Luis tells me a story of two hunters who were looking for caimans around here.
Andaban de noche, viste, cazando cocodrilo, viste, que valía la piel del cocodrilo. No sé qué le pasó, viste, nadie sabe, pero se desaparecieron.
The next day, friends of the hunters found their empty canoe, and a few days later, something far more grim.
Pero ya encontraron los huesos, nomás no tenían nada más.
Solo los huesos?
Sí, se lo comieron todo.
Just like in the Attorney General's story, the piranhas had devoured all of the flesh.
¿Piensas que estaban vivos cuando se los comieron la palometa o muertos?
Nadie sabe de eso, ¿viste? Sí. Nadie sabe de eso.
No se sabe, ¿eh?
Las piranhas son muy bravas. ¿Sí? ¿Y ustedes la quieren largar?
Ahora no estoy seguro que quiero ir.
I really doubt they'll attack me. I'm pretty sure they won't. Anyway, let's find out.
Check this out. It's a young caiman resting on the bottom.
It's calm, and I don't seem to be disturbing it.
I'm starting to see piranhas. There should be more around. They usually live in schools. There are more piranhas over there. And they're huge. There are a lot of piranhas down here. Look at this one. He seems very agitated.
And I'm about to find out why.
What is that? It's a big carcass. I think it's a capybara's. And the piranhas are devouring it. Unbelievable. Those stories where fishermen completely disappear. It could be piranhas. They only leave the bones behind. Diving with piranhas seems completely crazy. Like when I put my hand in the water with them in Brazil. But you know, the water level here is not at its lowest. They have a lot of fish to eat, and that's why they're not attacking me.
I saw with my own eyes that piranhas could be capable of making someone disappear completely. But that still doesn't explain what animal would have enough power to drag a person into the water. So far, I have two candidates, the caiman and the surubi. I'm certain that caimans have the strength to rip someone out of the boat. But it's hard to believe that it would happen that often here. More than 5 feet long and close to 200 pounds. I have less doubt about the surubi, especially since I saw a lot of them in the river. But until I catch a monster one, I can't say for sure if it's powerful enough. Today, I'm heading out with Javier, a local who's fished the Paraná River for years. He's taking me to some spots where he knows there are monster surubis. And now, we just have to wait for a bite.
A mí me gusta mucho cuando no pican los peces. Ahí donde suelen entrar los grandes, ¿sí? Porque está más tranquila la carnada, queda quieta. Y eso es lo que estamos esperando.
Que salga grande.
Que salga uno grande.
I tell him my theory, that the surubi is responsible for most of the accidents. But I want to see what he thinks.
Y por la aceleración puede ser un surubí.
Surubí.
Hay veces que cuando pega la corrida, como nosotros decimos, se acelera y pega el cabezazo.
When a giant surubi is fighting on the line, it can cause some serious accidents.
Podría llegar tranquilamente a tirarlo al agua. Tranquilamente.
Wow. Te creo, seguro.
I'm starting to really believe that the surubi is what I'm looking for. Now, I have to catch a huge one to prove it. And to find one, Javier takes me upstream, where the Parana meets another river. At the very spot where the waters of both rivers mix, there should be a lot of bait fish. So I have a good feeling that some big predator fish will be here on the hunt.
Catfish.
Catfish.
Yeah. Beautiful little Zhao catfish. It's a baby one, but let me tell you one thing. These things can grow to huge sizes, close to 200 pounds. And at that size, they would definitely be able to pull a man overboard.
But rarely does this fish ever grow to the size of a monster. Even Javier, who has spent all his life on this river, has only ever seen a few.
Hay pocos, están en peligro de extinción nada más.
Okay.
And with so many accidents along the Parana, the Zhao seems far too rare to be the creature that's responsible. I'm convinced that the surubi is the one.
1.74 m, 1.80 m, y la fuerza como el toro.
And I saw so many of them during my dive.
All right, Dorado. It's a little Dorado. Beautiful golden Dorado. Beautiful animal. Look at the bright yellow colors. Really powerful jaws. Really aggressive fish. They grow to a pretty big size, but not big enough to pull them in overboard. Nah, they don't have the power to do that. But man, what a nice fish to catch.
Javier's spot is good, but I still haven't caught a monster surubi.
Parana is such a big river. It's so vast. There's so many different channels that the fish could be anywhere.
Plus, you know, these monsters, they haven't grown to that size for no reason. They're pretty smart. And they're rare. It's gonna take a lot of patience.
I've tried almost everything, but the Piranha monster is proving very elusive. I'll have to come up with another plan if I want to catch a huge surubi and prove that it is the fish responsible for all the disappearances. With so many stories of fishermen missing or found dead in the Parana, I'm determined to catch a big surubi. And I was told about a really good spot in a narrow part of the river, only accessible by foot. And on my way there, I visited a local fisherman who I was told had recently had an encounter with one of these monster fish.
Hola. Buenas. Soy Cyril. ¿Cómo está?
Tuti.
¿Sí?
Pase.
Sí, seguro. Gracias.
Like other fishermen on the Parana, Tuti was almost dragged into the water after a monster fish took his bait.
¿Qué le pasó al dedo?
Y acá estuve pescando.
¿Es la línea que te quemo?
Sí.
Tuti explains that his hand got tangled up in the line. He was almost pulled overboard, but luckily managed to get his hand free in time.
Pero.
Se te quemó el dedo.
Oh, man.
Tuti's story is very similar to that of Pai and Marcelo.
Y cuando me caí el agua, me llevó el pescado.
¿Te llevó el pescado?
Me llevó.
I asked him if he thinks that it could be the surubi that's causing these accidents.
El surubí es un bicho muy grande.
According to him, this fish is definitely powerful enough to drag a person out of a boat and make him disappear.
¿El pez te tira al agua?
Sí, te saca. Se desapareció.
¿Sí?
Por no aflojar su caña, se van al agua y no vuelve.
Like Marcelo and Pai, Tuti survived, but others haven't been so lucky. Tuti set me up with two of his friends to help me find one of the best baits for pulling big surubis out of the Parana. It's a little fish that looks like a Neel. It's called a morena, and apparently, even the biggest surubis can't resist it.
Amigos, hay un yacaré aquí.
Sí, sí.
What am I getting myself into here?
And caimans aren't the only danger.
¿Y por qué tienes el palo?
No, ese para tantear si no hay rayas.
¿Sí? Mucha raya por aquí.
Sí.
Abajo de las plantas.
Sí.
Viven acá.
Sí, porque vienen a comer la morena.
Ah, vienen a comer la morena. Sí. Peligrosa entonces.
Sí.
We placed the net underneath some floating plants in order to catch the morenas hiding among them. We do it quickly, but carefully, because in a place like this, they are dangerous animals.
A snake!
Anguila.
There's a Neel in there. I thought it was a snake at first, but it's a Neel. Man, they're hard to grab. So slippery. Almost impossible to hold.
We continue our search for morenas, and fortunately, we end up finding some.
That's exactly what we're looking for. In Spanish, it's called a morena. It's a type of electric fish. You know what makes those fish especially good bait? Is that they emit an electric field, so the predators can pick up on it and key in on the prey and boom, eat it. Nice bait, perfect size.
Earlier today, I met Tuti, a local fisherman who almost got pulled into the river a few days ago by what he thinks was a huge surubi. So I've come to the exact place where he hooked the monster.
It's a piranha. what I'm looking for, but it's a nice one. Look at this piranha. Big, bulky, massive head, really powerful jaws. Beautiful colors on the fish. Look at the scales shining in the sun. That's a beautiful animal, actually, when you think about it. But man, the hardware, they definitely have the hardware to pick the bones clean. It can definitely clean the flesh from the bones in an instant.
Piranhas tend to swim in schools, so if I stay in the same place, I'll most likely end up catching only piranhas. I need to find another spot in the area where I can fish from the shore. I find a small beach not far from Tootie's original spot, but it's pretty muddy.
This is the only spot I can get access to the shore. And man, it's not ideal. That's a big fish, whatever it is. I want to see it this time. Man, it's got some weight to it.
Surubis tend to hide among branches and snags on the riverbed. And this time, I really don't want to break off.
It's doing like the other day. That's not a good sign. This fish has a lot of power.
I really think it's the fish I've been looking for. I can't lose it.
Nah, I think I got it to stop. There's a lot of current too. I'm fighting the current and the fish. All right, I got it off the bottom. I'm gaining line. Picking up some line now. I'm about to see it. Oh, big surubi. Wow. Look at the size of this surubi. Man, the power of these animals. Unreal. And I was fighting this fish with a rod and reel. Imagine a guy with a hand line. For sure, it would pull him overboard. No doubt in my mind. No doubt at all. That's a beautiful animal. All right, let's get him back in the water.
I came to Northern Argentina, intrigued by stories of fishermen who were dragged from their boats into the depths of the Paraná River. The large number of piranhas in these waters is undoubtedly the reason why some victims disappeared completely. At one point, I thought caimans were the cause of these accidents. But given their strength, size, and numbers, I became convinced that big surubis were responsible. However, this amazing fish is not a man-eater, nor a killer, but a gentle giant.
Look at the number of barracudas there. Unbelievable. They're all grouped in a structure. Looks like they're congregated to avoid being attacked by a bigger predator. They're very big sharks down here.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life chasing monster fish. Each year, hundreds of people worldwide are attacked by marine predators.
As soon as it hit me, I knew it was something big and probably a shark.
But are these attacks really deliberate? Do predatory fish seek out and hunt humans? And are we really likely to be attacked simply by setting foot in the ocean?
I put my arm up and he took my whole elbow in his mouth.
Or do other factors in these accidents come into play?
It amazes me that he lived to tell you that story.
The goal? Find out if these fish really are the aggressive monsters that we make them out to be.
I'm surrounded by barracudas.
To get to the truth about these animals, I have to investigate in their domain.
Man, watch out, man, watch out! It's a torpedo with razor blades!
And for that, I'll need to get close to some of the most dangerous fish in the ocean.
My gosh, look at the size of this bull shark.
The ocean is the lifeblood of our planet. It covers more than 70% of its surface. It creates and feeds life, but it can also be the source of our worst nightmares. To learn more about our fear of these ocean creatures, I'm gonna explore the waters between Florida and the Bahamas, a region known for its many incidents. In these waters, fish like wahoos and barracudas are responsible for many attacks and accidents.
And when I looked down, my skin was open.
But despite all the stories, no creature incites more fear in us than sharks.
Florida has one of the highest rates of shark attacks in the world. And I'm here to find out if sharks are actually as dangerous as people think they are, or are they persecuted out of collective fear and misunderstanding.
To try to understand why shark attacks occur, I'm meeting Kevin Jeffries, who was bitten by a shark while in the waters of the coast of Florida. That day, he was out hunting for hogfish, a kind of reef fish sought after for the quality of its meat.
We're targeting hogfish. We swim around with a yo-yo or a fishing rod and just a hook and some bait.
Okay, so you were actually in the water catching fish with a rod and reel?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
In South Florida, we call it hog dogging.
It's a technique that allows you to precisely target the fish you want by placing the bait directly in front of it.
Yeah, it's a unique method for sure. Obviously, the downfall is sometimes you run into predators. On this particular day, I'd caught a couple of fish, and I had them in my hand and was carrying them back to the boat. And I got maybe 3/4 of the way back to the boat, maybe 75 feet from the boat, out into, 25 or 30 feet of water. And I never saw him coming. And, pow, he hit me hard. As soon as it hit me, I knew it was something big and probably a shark. A real serious hit. I turned around to try and talk him into letting go of me. And
oh, he was still onto you?
Yeah, and he shook his head once. And then he let go and went away.
I guess the shark must have picked up on the smell of the fish, came for the fish, tried to attack it, and his leg must have been in the way, and boom, he got nailed.
Kevin was really lucky that the shark only bit him once, but that bite was very deep, and there was a lot of blood in the water. Plus, other sharks could have been attracted by all the commotion.
Fortunately, I got back on the boat, put a little tourniquet on it, and my wife cut up a towel and wrapped it up and drove a 70-mile boat ride back to Key West to go get stitched up.
Man, you're badass. Yeah, are you an ex-Marine or something?
no ex-Marine, just wanted to stay alive. I mean, I was probably very fortunate.
What kind of shark do you think he was?
At the time, I was unsure. It was blue in color, but I think it was a mako.
A mako?
A mako.
But you were in how many feet of water?
Where he bit me, I was in 25 or 30 feet of water.
25 feet of water?
Yep.
It's really hard for me to believe that it was a mako shark. Even if it says it was blue, I understand that. But a mako shark is a pelagic shark. They live in the open ocean, in blue waters. And there, he was in 20 feet of water. It just doesn't add up.
Were you close to a drop-off or something?
I mean, yes. By close, I'm going to say 1/4 of a mile.
1/4 of a mile to some really deep water?
Yes. There's no walls in the ocean.
No, fish have tails.
And fish have tails, and they'll go where they want.
The attack was very fast. It left scars on the front and on the back of his leg, mostly because of the shark shaking his head while biting. And now, Kevin thinks twice before getting in the water.
That's a life changer. I've swam with hundreds of sharks. I've never really been scared of them. As a matter of fact, I was probably of the opinion that they don't actually bite. I was wrong. The doctor said that within a couple inches of my femoral artery, and she's like, if you get that, it's done.
Wow.
It's over. There's no saving you. You could be next door to the hospital and they probably wouldn't save you. Yeah.
I'm glad you're here to tell me that story, man.
Yeah, that makes two of us. That makes two of us, Cyril. Yeah.
Kevin is sure he was attacked by a shark that was blue. It really sounds like the description of a mako. But I've never heard of these sharks hunting near the coast, as they live in the open ocean. So I'm not really sure what to think. I asked Brian McCaddy to take me to the exact location of the attack, just to see what kind of sharks lurk in these waters.
Hey, Brian, this is the spot?
Yeah, this is exactly the coordinates you gave me.
All right. Let's see what we can find.
We're exactly at the spot where Kevin was attacked by a shark. And this is the best way to see what's down here. I don't see any large predators right now, but that doesn't mean they're not here. If it really was a mako that attacked Kevin, he could come out of nowhere at any moment. These sharks are super fast, and they're cousins of the great white, so I'm not sure if he would attack me or not. I can see why predators are attracted to this reef. There are plenty of bait fish around here. I spot a moray eel. I keep my distance because they could bite if they feel threatened.
It's full of fish down there, but no predator that could attack a person. Hey, you know what? It's not because I don't see them that they're not here.
I didn't manage to see any large predators with my own eyes, but let's see what happens if I put a bait down there. I'm using a 100-pound braided line that I tie onto some 300-pound monofilament, then a metal leader and a hook.
I like to use a circle hook. The way they're designed is they don't gotta hook the fish. They're made to lodge themselves right here, right in the corner of the fish's mouth, not in a harmful place for the animal. And you'll say that this hook looks pretty big, but you know what? After all, he says he was bit by a shark, so there might be some really big fish out here.
And you know what to say. Big bait, big fish.
So what kind of predators do you usually find around here?
Blacktip sharks, bull sharks, hammerheads. There'll definitely be nurse sharks on the bottom.
There are all kinds of sharks down there, but none seem to fit the description of what bit Kevin.
Because he said he saw something blue.
We have very few blue-colored sharks down here. Mako would be one.
But Mako, it's too shallow to be a Mako, right?
I'd be very, very surprised to see a Mako in this depth of water.
And what about a blue shark?
It's not that it absolutely couldn't happen, but odds of winning the lotto are probably better than seeing a blue shark in the Florida Keys.
Whatever bit Kevin was big and powerful. So the only way to know what it was is to check out what bites.
Oh, big hammerhead right here. Big hammerhead. That's a 12-foot hammerhead down there. And a smaller shark just came up to the surface a second ago.
All right, so they're here, huh?
We getting a bite?
Yeah, something's on.
All right, here we go.
I don't know what it is, man.
It looks heavy.
It's not moving. It's heavy. Feels like a nurse.
The fight's just like a nurse, but boy, tough.
Yeah, he doesn't want to come up at all. Pretty sure it's a shark. I got some really wide head shakes, and it's very typical of sharks. Oh man, Brian, it's a big nurse shark.
Man, it sure is.
It's huge. It's the biggest nurse I've ever seen.
Nurses don't get a lot bigger than that, man.
That's a big fish.
Powerful, though, I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's got some weight to it.
Yeah, it sure does.
It's a big shark. It's a big nerve shark. I think it's the biggest nerve shark I've ever caught. Good job. Thank you. But there's no way the shark would have caused an attack, especially on the surface, because they're mainly bottom feeders. They feed on crustaceans, crabs, lobsters, on the bottom, fish sometimes, whatever they can find. They're scavengers too. But a shark like this coming up to the surface to attack someone? I doubt it. Really doubt it.
And anyway, these fish have small teeth, so the bite mark would be very different.
All right, should we let him go?
Yeah.
All right, you got it. Here we go.
All right. Got the hook. Nice
Good job,
work,
man.
All right. Good fish.
Let's catch something with serious teeth now.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Yep. All right, that's a serious fish.
That's no nurse.
Nope.
Oh, he's dumping your spool like crazy, man.
Yeah. We might need to think about the anchor.
Okay.
No, I think he's gonna be good. He's good. I'm turning. Oh, maybe not.
This fish is big and powerful. It's taking a lot of line. I might run out and lose the fish if it doesn't stop.
How we doing on line, Cyril?
I'm halfway down, but it's good to be off the anchor just in case.
Yeah.
Whew. I feel more comfortable now with the anchor off the bottom because I was getting spooled. This fish was running like crazy.
Now, if the fish goes on another run, at least we can chase it.
I was halfway down the spool, but now I put some line back in this reel.
This fight isn't finished yet.
One tough fish.
I'm tired, but I gotta keep my line away from the boat. If it touches it, there's a good chance it might break. It's a big fish. It's showing up as a huge mark on the sonar.
We're marking him right now. He's 17 feet down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's here. It's a big bull shark.
You got a bull, huh?
Yeah, it's a big bull. My gosh, look at the size of this bull shark.
That's a big predator right there, boy.
All right, leader. All right, got it. Man, that's a nice bull shark. And what's typical of bull sharks is the head is really wide, really blunt head. But you know, what doesn't add up is that Kevin said he was attacked by something that was blue. And clearly the shark is gray, as you can see. And he said it was bitten by something that was small. Of course, it could have been a small bull shark, but had it been bitten by this shark, it'd be missing a pretty serious chunk of meat. All right, let's free him up.
All right.
Let's get the hook out.
All right.
Whatever bit Kevin remains a mystery. But what I really want to know is why he was bitten and what triggers shark attacks. These attacks happen all around the world. And in Florida, spear fishermen are often on the front line. To find out more, I'm gonna meet Cyril Chauquet, a guy who was badly bitten by a shark while spearfishing for cobia. Cyril served in the military. He's a true adventurer, a passionate fisherman who tries to live off what the ocean has to offer.
How did you get bit? What happened exactly?
We kind of picked up this thing that we do where we shoot cobia off of bull sharks.
You shoot the cobia off the shark?
Off the sharks.
During the cobia migration in the spring, these fish are often found swimming alongside bull sharks. One theory is that they benefit from the shark's leftover food. So for spearfishermen like Cyril, that means they have to get close to these dangerous predators. And to attract the sharks, they use flashers that mimic prey swimming close to the surface.
We're all in the water around the flasher, and my one buddy starts chumming up, and the chum slick starts going, baits start coming up, sharks start coming up, probably 8 to 10 sharks around us.
A shark with some cobias on it begins to swim up to the surface.
So finally we see a shark come up with some cobia on it. So I actually dove through a few of these sharks kind of to get to him.
Kyle and his friends aren't after the sharks, but the cobia that swim with the sharks.
And then I took one of the cobia that was with him. The sharks will also eat the cobia. Once you shoot a cobia, the game changes.
Once a cobia has been hit, it triggers the predatory instinct in the sharks. They become aggressive and try to eat the cobia.
As I'm coming to the surface, I see out of the corner of my eye that there's a shark coming from behind me. I put my arm up and he took my whole elbow in his mouth. Really quick, he bit down, he might have thrashed a bit and just took off.
But your entire arm, basically.
From here to here. You can actually see the mouth from there to there. And then underneath, he just sawed into my arm.
Man, it's a good thing he was fast and put his elbow up like that, because otherwise he would have gotten bitten right in the face.
Got real hectic real quick. My buddies were there. They're fending off sharks that are coming up to me.
Fortunately, his friends quickly get him out of the water.
Nice and easy. You got it. You're all right. I just remember I was laying on the deck of the boat in the back while they were running in. And it's the first time I really looked at it, and I looked over and I saw just my skin just filleted open. I saw under my arm and just the meat, and I was just like, oh man, I was like, this is pretty bad.
Try to move your fingers a little bit.
I can't move them, I can't move them. So that's when it really hit me, I think, is that boat ride when I really realized that I couldn't close my hand and that this was pretty serious, you know?
His friends head to shore as fast as possible and call ahead for help so Kyle can be rushed to hospital as soon as the boat pulls in. Kyle received more than 100 stitches and staples in his arm. But it was his wrist that suffered the most. The bite damaged his tendons, and he could have lost the use of his hand.
You know, in a lot of ways, I was lucky to, keep my arm. I got most of my movement back in my hand now, which is really good, too. It took a long, long time.
I don't think that shark was trying to kill you or anything. No, he was not.
No, I truly, truly believe that if that shark wanted to kill me his size, he would have killed me, for sure. I mean, he was just looking for a meal, you know?
Crazy story, man. Well, the hand seems to be working pretty good now.
Yeah, it's good, man. I got most of my motion back and everything. I got lucky on that.
Yeah, you got pretty lucky. That's that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Exactly.
Spear fishermen like Kyle, who come close to sharks, play a very dangerous game. From the shark's point of view, I believe it's as if a competing predator came to steal the shark's food, and he doesn't like that at all. Now, I want to see the kind of situation Kyle must have found himself in.
Feeding any kind of wildlife is not the thing you want to do because it changes their feeding behavior. But I just want to show you how aggressive sharks can be when there's food in the water.
The bait attracts small fish to the surface. And with the smell of food and the agitation in the water, it doesn't take much time for predators to arrive.
Check this out.
The sharks start competing for food. And before long, it turns into a real frenzy. Exactly what it must have been like when Kyle was attacked.
And now, would you get in the water? Probably not a good idea.
But shark attacks aren't always provoked. Sometimes, sharks test for potential prey. And the only way to test it is to taste it. Unfortunately, that one bite can cost a limb or a life. In the case of Jessica Vaughn, she apparently didn't do anything to provoke an attack that could have been deadly. In the intracoastal waters of South Florida, Jessica and her friends were having fun on a tube pulled by a boat.
So what happened on that day, Jessica?
Me and my friends went out. They all had gone out on the tube. Finally, it was my turn to go. I just had a bad feeling about something. I had no idea what the feeling was about, but it was just something being in the water. So finally, I get in the water, start swimming out. And about 30 seconds later, something hits me.
And suddenly, there was a lot of blood in the water. Jessica started to panic, thinking that whatever bit her would come back.
Come on, swim this way, come on. Come here.
So they pulled the boat up to me and pulled me out of the water.
Take it easy, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay, it's gonna be okay.
And that's when I saw teeth marks, that's when I realized it was not just a fish, it was a shark.
Were you afraid once you realized that your leg was cut open?
There was so much adrenaline pumping that it was just a crazy feeling of that this really just happened.
The bite required serious hospital treatment. The shark's teeth had severed one muscle and 2 tendons.
Where do you think that shark attacked you?
I did have 2 anklets on that day, one on each leg. The shininess of the anklets had attracted it. It just saw something and probably thought it was a fish flailing.
You see, Jessica is clearly an unprovoked attack, meaning that she was not doing anything. She was just in the water, swimming around, of course, making splashes and commotion on the surface. But, you know, she didn't have any fish on her. She didn't have any bait. There was no blood in the water. The shark must have swum around. The water's murky, so he didn't really know what he was looking at. He got attracted by the noise, came up to the surface, thought he was maybe a bait fish or a fish, and bit her.
Was she attacked because of the anklets? Maybe. But what is certain is that it was a bull shark. They are known to live in brackish waters and can be found in this kind of coastal urban environment.
Are you afraid of sharks now?
I would say I am very hesitant about going back in the water just because the fear is there. The fear is real. It happened.
In the ocean, sharks are at the top of the food chain. And every time we enter their domain, we run the risk of being attacked.
You know, most people think that as soon as you enter the shark's environment, you get attacked. I guess we'll find out.
I want to find out if sharks are as aggressive towards humans as a lot of people think they are. And what better way to do that than by being in the water with them?
Look, there are a few over there. They're reef sharks. Don't get me wrong, unprovoked attacks do happen, but they're rare. You see, visibility here is good, and the sharks obviously can't mistake me for a bait fish. If they do attack, it really is because they see me as food. There are plenty of sharks down here, and none of them are interested in me. They clearly don't see me as food.
I really believe these animals don't deserve their reputation, but I'm curious to know what people here think. So I head to the docks to ask a few questions and see how sharks are perceived.
Let them stay where they are, and I'll stay where I am, because if they look at me, they think roast beef. You know what I'm saying?
If you're in the water, you look like food, you move like food, you're gonna be food.
I think they're cool, but a little dangerous.
I think maybe because they're so big and I'm afraid of being eaten.
If you're in their way, they're gonna bite you. And the sharks in Florida are huge.
Yeah, we saw in the TV they attack people, you know. I don't know what reason, but they over there.
I think so many people are afraid of sharks, probably because of misconceptions in the movies.
You read a lot about sharks, and there's a lot of videos about sharks, whereas, like, they're curious, and we're in their home.
I am sure if I had more knowledge on them, I wouldn't probably be as fearful.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
Was the shark that bit Kevin going after the fish? Was Kyle competing with the bull shark for the same food? And was Jessica really attacked just because she was wearing anklets? These are all questions I'd better ask a shark expert. When it comes to sharks, few people know more than Dr. Neil Hammerschlag. He's the director of the Shark Conservation and Research Program at the University of Miami.
So Neil, are sharks as dangerous as we think?
Sharks are predators, and so you definitely have to respect when you're in the water with them. They've got the weaponry in terms of teeth, size, and power to hurt people if they wanted to, but they're not out there to get humans, because if they were, we could never, ever go swimming.
So on this trip, I met with a few people that got bitten by sharks.
The first was Kevin Jeffries, who was bitten while looking for hogfish.
If I was to give someone a recommendation of how to get themselves bitten, I would tell you to do exactly what that guy is doing. He's catching fish, they're struggling on the line, so all those things are cues to a shark to say, hey, free food.
And he thinks he was a mako shark. The front part was clean. You could see the teeth marks, but in the back, he was all shredded.
The mako sharks, I don't know if you've ever seen their teeth, they're pretty gnarly. They grab on and they shake like crazy. It would look like probably, if it was his arm or leg, it would look like sticking in a blender.
Neil's description of a mako's bite makes me think that Kevin was right. Even if he was in shallow water, I guess it could have been a mako that made those bite marks. The second, Cal Sankowitz, was bitten as he was spearfishing for cobia swimming around bull sharks.
It amazes me that he lived to tell you that story because these sharks are predators. We gotta respect them. A bull shark has the weaponry that can do some serious damage. They've even learned that the vibrations of a spear gun going off in the water can signal free food, and these guys know that.
Cal got into a situation where the shark might have thought he was another predator, competing with its food.
Can you imagine trying to do that with a lion, or a tiger? We're like, if it was running next to a wildebeest and you shot it and started dragging it and fighting it with the line, I mean, you wouldn't last. But the fact is that people even try that with sharks and have done it with sharks just show how tolerant sharks are of people and generally not really interested in them.
The third was Jessica Vaughn, who was bitten while tubing with her friends.
She's in murky water. She's wearing jewelry on her ankle, flashy bracelet. Thought it was a prey because of that shine of light off of the jewelry, which is the search image the shark was looking for. Bit it. Didn't taste like a fish, and the shark probably said, okay, that's not prey, and left.
Although sharks can attack by mistaking us for food, it's usually an accident. But there's another problem.
It's not humans that should be afraid of sharks. It's sharks that should be afraid of humans because we're killing, on average 100 million of them a year. So the more we can, inform the public about sharks, the better.
Neil, I'm so glad I came to see you.
It's clear that in most cases, we're not sharks' intended prey. And for the people who were victims of unprovoked attacks, they were probably in the wrong place at the wrong time. But even though sharks are apex predators in the ocean, they're not the only fish that can cause serious injuries. I'm on my way to meet Captain Jim Sharp.
Good to meet you. Good to meet you. Pleasure's all mine.
He's seen his fair share of monsters in his 50 years of big game fishing.
So I guess you've caught quite a few fish with teeth, right, over the years?
Yes, and some of them can be pretty dangerous. The one we've had most of the bad injuries has been the Wahoo.
Capable of reaching speeds of nearly 50 miles per hour, the Wahoo is one of the fastest fish in the world, but it can also cause some serious damage.
The Wahoo has little teeth that almost looks like a fine-toothed saw.
Right.
They actually bite down as they make contact with the fish.
Okay.
And they're capable of slicing a pretty good-sized fish right in half. From what I've seen of Wahoos, they will go out of their way to bite you.
What do you mean by they'll intentionally bite you? Even on the boat, they can see what's going on?
They'll turn and they'll try to bite your leg.
Really?
Yeah.
So they can see out of the water, they can turn and see what's going on the boat?
Obviously they can, yeah. I have one, I bet he turned 30 or 40 degrees to reach for the mate's leg and try to bite him.
I had heard that about Wahoos before from fishermen, but Jim confirms it. Those fish, once they're on the boat, they'll intentionally bite you. They'll look for you and bang.
It can be a pretty serious injury. If you got an artery cut, you could bleed to death in 90 seconds.
Well, Jim, you know what? All that stuff is really good to know because I'm actually going Wahoo fishing.
So, be careful.
Yeah, I'll definitely be careful in the boat.
This morning, I'm meeting up again with Captain Kevin Jeffries and Earl, his first mate, to see if the Wahoo is really that dangerous. Kevin knows a thing or two about sharp teeth. And for him, Wahoos are the most frightening of all.
Yeah, the fish that we're going to catch today probably have more fear of it than I do of the sharks. And I've been bit by a shark.
So hopefully we catch one.
We're going to do it.
All right, man. Let's make it happen.
Hell yeah.
The Wahoo is a fish that likes to attack fast-moving prey, so we're trolling at high speed to trigger a reaction strike.
These fish are mean, so when they're on the deck, a Wahoo more so than any fish I've ever experienced. Like if he gets a chance where he can bite your foot, or if your hand's down there, he's gonna take that chance.
Really?
So his teeth are like razor blade scissors.
Man, these guys catch big fish all the time. They're really used to it, but for some reason, the Wahoo,
They're really scared of them. That goes to show you that those fish must be really dangerous.
We want to leave here with 10 fingers, 10 toes. That's the only way I can count. If I don't have shoes on, I can count to 20.
All right, fish on the line. I don't think it's really big, but it's a fish.
All right, make sure we bring him in here.
Yeah.
We got plenty of room.
That's a cuda. That's not what we're looking for.
Oh, a little barracuda.
Little cooter. Look, I gotta show you something. Look at the size of the bait compared to the size of the fish. That goes to show you how aggressive those fish are. Pretty hungry, buddy.
Typically, when we do this wahoo fishing, we're working on the edge of the reef. It's where the wahoo tend to be, where they like to be the most.
When there's a drop-off, right?
When there's a drop-off, and a lot of times you're gonna have your best luck on a falling tide.
We're 3 minutes from the tide change, so let's hope that helps us here.
Here we go, here we go. Fish on.
That's our wahoo bite. That's him, guys.
I hope so.
That's the right bite, man. That's gonna be him.
Yeah, I'm not very talkative right now because I'm trying to stay focused, putting as much line as possible into this reel, and especially as fast as possible to not lose tension on the line, because once you lose tension, that's when you can lose the fish.
Just want to be careful when he comes in. He's gonna come in mad, angry, and full of teeth. What we got here, Cap?
That's a hoop. All right.
Here, watch out, man, watch out!
Yeah. Watch your feet, guys.
Hey, watch your feet, man, watch your feet. You gotta watch his eyes. If he sees your hand or he sees your foot, he'll go after it. The hook's out, so we got nothing to control him with. Watch them teeth, Cyril.
Yeah.
He's a torpedo with razor blades.
All right. Wahoo. It's not a fish that is known for attacking people in the water, but if you got bit by this on the boat, he would definitely take a big chunk out of you. Man.
Feel that power, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of power in that fish.
All right, back in the water.
All right, man. Hey.
Good stuff.
Work out.
Hey, those things are strong. I was like,
Absolutely.
that was hilarious. A wahoo bite can cause some serious damage, but they're not the only fish with dangerous teeth. Barracudas are ferocious predators that swim at full speed to catch their prey. They can measure more than 6 feet long and weigh more than 80 pounds. Barracudas have two types of teeth: tiger-like fangs to grab their prey, and razor blades to cut through flesh. A barracuda can inflict some severe injuries that can take months to recover from. I'm meeting up with Coral Weir, a girl who was rushed to a hospital after a barracuda accident during a family fishing trip.
We put the bait out and everything was on the hooks and we were just waiting. There was nothing really going on. It was kind of just slowish. All of a sudden, that's when I heard my mom say, "Oh my God, look at the barracuda."
Attracted by the bait fish that Coral's father had thrown in the water, the barracuda began to swim around the boat.
I saw this like silvery flash and I felt something hit my arm.
He's bit, oh my God.
I got bit. Oh.
Coral, you okay? You okay? Hold on.
And when I looked down, it felt like little pinches and I looked and my skin was open.
What happened? What happened, Coral?
I think I got bit.
In a flash, the barracuda jumped out of the water and landed on Coral's arm, mouth wide open.
It was kind of like a shock. Like, did this really just happen? Is this a dream?
Were you scared? Her being a diabetic, that was the thing that made me most nervous.
Coral's father reacted quickly.
Don't worry, Coral. We're gonna get you to the hospital. Put this on.
He used his t-shirt as a tourniquet to slow the bleeding, then raced back to shore to get Coral to the hospital.
We're almost here.
What was going through your head on the way back to shore?
Mostly infection because of my diabetes, and I didn't want to bleed out, and I didn't want to lose my arm.
As incredible as this story is, I really don't think it was an attack, but an accident.
I had no jewelry on. I did nothing like shiny, nothing. It just came out right out of the water.
It had the bait in its mouth, but it was not hooked.
He had the bait fish in its mouth when it landed in the boat after he bit coral?
Yep.
Wow, he must have aimed at the bait fish, went for it, came out of the water, went airborne, and landed on the boat, on coral.
It definitely was unprovoked. 1 in a million, I guess.
Coral's injuries required 51 stitches and nearly a year to heal.
That's the wound right there?
Yes, and these two are the deepest parts. These are all teeth, and down in here.
Are you scared of the ocean at all, or?
Yes, I am. All the stories I hear, and here I am telling a story about me now.
Coral is not the first person I met who was injured by a barracuda. Not long ago, I spoke with Tom Goro, who was bitten while snorkeling.
Dabbing the blood off. I said to my daughter, oh no, I've lost my finger, you know? You can see that I'm missing the finger, my little finger completely.
Although generally harmless to humans, it reminds me that you still have to watch out when there are barracuda around. But the best way to observe their behavior is underwater. So I'm gonna go see them face to face. Like sharks, barracuda have a reputation for being dangerous, especially for someone entering their domain. Apparently, there have been several cases of barracuda attacks on divers.
Check it out. A barracuda.
When people say they've been bitten by barracudas, it's often because of poor visibility, like here.
He's not alone. There are a few more there. Look at this beautiful predator.
Barracudas have large eyes and rely on them to hunt. In murky waters, they can't see as well, and sometimes they can mistake shiny objects for prey. With its tapered body and large tail, the barracuda is a fast, explosive predator, capable of reaching speeds of over 30 miles per hour.
I'm gonna follow it. It looks like it's heading somewhere. Wow, I can't believe it. You see that? Look at the number of barracudas there. Unbelievable. They're all grouped in a structure. Looks like they congregate to avoid being attacked by a bigger predator. They're very big sharks down here. Those are bull sharks. The same species that bit Jessica and Kyle.
I have to be very careful and stay calm, because any sudden movement could result in a bad barracuda bite.
Barracuda attacks are rare, but you still have to be very careful around these fish. They're true predators, and they are unpredictable. In fact, it's impossible to know how they'll react.
I gotta say, I may be getting close, but I'm still a little nervous. Although I know that barracudas don't usually attack, you just never know.
They may have a bad reputation, but they're clearly not attacking me. But can they really pose a danger when on the end of the line? Like what happened to Coral?
I really think it was a freak accident, but the best way to find out is to catch one and see how they react when on the end of the line. To help me find the best spot, I head out with Joe Hendricks, who has years of fishing experience and knows these waters like the back of his hand.
Good cast. Thank you.
Oh, here we go. All right, that's a big one. It's strong. All right. right, big fish, big cuda on.
Yeah, you can see how fast they are.
They're pretty quick, yeah.
And he got off. I just lost a fish. But it looks like I'm gonna get another shot. An even bigger one is approaching the boat.
I like this type of fishing because it's like a hunt. The water is so clear, I can even see them from the surface. There, there's one. Oh, bigger. Big fish. That's a nice cuda.
Looks like a good one there. Big fish.
Big barracuda. You know what can be dangerous when you have a barracuda like that on the line? Is that sometimes once they're hooked, they jump out of the water. And if you happen to be on the path of the fish, when it lands, you can get seriously injured because they go airborne with an open mouth like this.
There have been cases of people being injured by barracudas jumping out of the water. But I really don't think these fish intentionally attack humans. They're just freak accidents, very unlikely to happen. This fish is relentless, but I finally get it to the boat.
All right. Do you mind grabbing the rod?
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Look at the teeth on that sucker.
All right. Good sized barracuda right there.
That is a monster.
Beautiful predator, beautiful animal. Look at the size of the eyes. They can see really well. Clearly a sight hunter. And look at the body. Torpedo shaped, very streamlined, and a big tail for quick accelerations once they've zeroed in on their prey. And the teeth, well, you know what? I think they speak for themselves. Look at the teeth in the back of the jaw. They're so sharp, they're like razor blades. So those fish can hunt with an open mouth, ramming their prey. That way they can cut them up in pieces and then come back for whatever's left.
All right, man. All right.
I went on a mission to see if some of the ocean's deadliest predators are as dangerous as we've been led to believe. Along the way, I met several people who had incredible survival stories. Although what they went through was frightening, and deadly attacks do happen sometimes, none of the victims I met were bitten by a predator who intentionally wanted to eat them. If we act with caution and respect towards these creatures, there's no reason why we can't share the beauty of the oceans together.
And now, for the ultimate test, we'll see if they care for human flesh. I got piranhas all around my hand right now. I'm not sure I like this feeling.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I travel the world chasing monster fish. This time, I'm looking for one of the most feared predators in the world, the black piranha.
That's a big black piranha.
These deadly fish have a bad reputation as man-eaters, devouring anything in their path.
He was eaten alive. Orelha, nariz, boca.
But is it just a myth, or is it true?
Is that for real?
That's for real.
I'm back in the heart of the Amazon jungle to try to answer that question. And what I'll find along the way is hard to believe. These fish have razor-sharp teeth, and they attack in numbers.
E nesse sangue veio o cardume de piranha, e elas vieram para cima.
And if I want to know more about them, I'll have to get close as close as possible.
That's him. Look at the size of this piranha.
Unbelievable.
I'm back here in the Amazon to see just how ferocious and deadly piranhas can be. All the horror stories we hear about them, fact or fiction. And ultimately, I want to catch the biggest and baddest of all the piranha species, the black piranha.
The black piranha is the largest, the most powerful, and among the most aggressive of all piranhas. And there are over 30 different species of piranhas. Piranhas are best known for being among the most ferocious fish in the world, especially because they hunt in schools. Pound for pound, with jaws as powerful as that of a great white shark, the bite of a black piranha is without question the most dangerous of all. To find this huge piranha, I'm starting in Manaus, Brazil, where the Rio Negro and Amazon rivers meet. Fish markets are the perfect place to learn more about the fishing in the area. I want to see what the local fishermen have to say, and especially if they can tell me where I can find a black piranha.
Piranha? Hey, boy. Well, that's a good sign. I'm getting close. Those are piranhas. They're red-bellied piranhas. They're not the type I'm looking for. I'm looking for black piranhas, but those are really big red-bellied piranhas. Aqui tem piranha preta?
Preta tem.
Tem.
Pouca.
Pouca, hein?
Tem
Por
pouca,
aqui.
tem.
This fisherman confirms exactly what I thought. There are mostly red-bellied piranhas around here. He tells me that I'm more likely to find black piranhas in the calm waters on the other side of the river.
O nome dela, Viagra.
É Viagra? Viagra natural.
Opa!
Says it's aphrodisiac. Obrigado.
Okay.
Now that I know where to go, I have to find a way to cross the Rio Negro. Fortunately, there are small water taxis everywhere.
Olá, senhor.
Opa, tudo bem?
Tudo bem? Você? Tranquilo?
Tudo bem.
Você pode me levar do outro lado do rio?
Yes, I can take you.
Ah, you speak English?
Yes, I do,
All
my
right.
friend. How are
All right,
you?
what's your name?
My name is Sandro. And you?
I'm Cyril.
Would you like to travel?
Yeah, no problem.
No
I can
problem.
get on your boat.
We're going to the other side of the river, to the floating villages where locals have lived with piranhas for generations. Whenever I come to the Amazon, I hear stories of people being eaten by piranhas, but I always wondered if these stories were true or if they're just myths. I think that by coming here, I'll find out the truth.
So there's a lot of piranhas here?
Oh, yeah. These people from the floating house you see around here, they live their entire life like around piranhas.
Do you know of any accidents happening in this village?
I heard a story of someone who was employed to work with a digger, like 2 days upriver.
The digger was working on a riverbank. It had been raining a lot, and the ground was soft.
And suddenly there was an accident. It tipped over, and the windows of the cabin broke.
The operator got stuck inside the cabin, and the water started to flood in. The agitation in the water and the blood from his wounds attracted a school of piranhas almost right away.
Can you imagine being trapped in, you couldn't release the seat belt. There must have been a hole in the cabin, the piranhas got in, and it was it for him.
Half of his body was eaten. Even the head was clean off.
You think he was alive when he was eaten?
I think so.
No. Is that for real? Or are you pulling my leg?
No, that's for real.
It's a real story.
It's a real story. It's a true story.
Wow.
For the locals, living with piranhas is part of everyday life. Here, they eat them all the time. But when they prepare them, the women of the village don't take any chances.
Man, the people here have learned to not mess around with the piranhas. She cut its jaws right off. Você sempre corta a boca de piranha?
Corto.
Sim?
Sempre corto, porque se não cortar, ela morde. Se meter a mão na água aí, elas mordem.
E morte?
Morde.
Well, that confirms that these fish are aggressive and dangerous.
Você conhece gente que foi atacado por piranha?
Conheço gente que foi atacada pelas piranhas.
Aqui mesmo?
Aqui mesmo. Caí, ela, com pitiu, elas mordem.
Wow. Given the number of piranhas in the area, this is the perfect place to try to catch one. The locals here have always fished and eaten piranhas, but it's mostly red bellies in this area. The species I'm looking for, the black piranha, is more rare, much bigger, and its bite is way more dangerous. The locals told me that they seldom see black piranhas in the area, but I was told about a place just outside the village where I could find some. As a matter of fact, someone was attacked there a few years ago.
There's botos here, freshwater dolphins. That's a bad thing and a good thing. The good thing is that they're here because there's fish. They feed on fish and they actually love piranhas. The bad thing is that they usually spook the fish. But you know what? Well, since they're over there, you know, in the deeper water, they might be pushing the fish closer to shore where I am right now, which is not a bad thing.
Piranhas are real carnivores, so to attract them, I'm putting a piece of red meat on the hook and using a rod that the villagers lent me. I'm sure this good old traditional rod has had its fair share of piranha bites.
Yeah, usually when fishing, you try to not make any noise, you know, you try to be stealthy, but when it comes to piranha fishing, you gotta make as much noise as possible on the surface. It gets their attention. They get really curious. They investigate what it is. They think it's a prey that fell in the water, and they come and check it out.
Oh, I had one. It works.
Fish on. Oh, aha. Piranha. That's a baby one. But that's a red-bellied piranha, as you can tell from the red on the. You gotta be careful even when you unhook those fish. Even a little guy like this in a school can be deadly.
This fish is so aggressive. It's still chewing on the bait with a hook in its mouth.
What's cool with piranha fishing is that they live in schools, so whenever there's one, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's what makes it really dangerous because, especially at the low water season, when the water level in the Amazon drops, there's basically no food in the water system, so those fish get really aggressive. They look for food, and whatever falls in the water, they attack. Oh, that's a good one. Nice piranha, nice red-bellied piranha. Check this out. That's not a black piranha, but that's a beautiful red belly. Look at the chompers on this guy. Nasty. Some super sharp triangular interlocking teeth. Look, when they close the mouth, they fit perfectly in the upper jaw. Seriously, they're beautiful fish. When you look at those colors, it's beautiful. I'd give it a kiss. But I'm not sure I want to lose my face. So you know what? You're not gonna get a kiss, buddy.
Man, look at that. There's a bunch of them right here. The sound I've been making in the water has definitely attracted them.
And now, for the ultimate test, we'll see if they care for human flesh. They're right there. I'm not sure I like this feeling. I can see them actually. They're right around my hand. They're not attacking. I guess human flesh is not on the menu today.
I'm sure the reason I wasn't attacked is because they aren't very aggressive at the moment.
Still, it's the low water season, but I guess the water level is not low enough. The water has to be really low for them to be super aggressive. I guess there's still too much food in the system. I have to find some a place where the water is really low to find some aggressive piranhas, especially black piranhas.
I have doubts about all these piranha stories, and I'm still skeptical whether they really do kill humans. So I'm gonna meet a team of firemen from Manaus, who in addition to fighting fires, specialize in helping victims of water-related accidents. The job that Captain Ricardo and his team do can be really terrifying. They search for and recover human bodies from the murky waters around here.
Esse corpo foi identificado pela bermuda?
Exatamente.
Given his experience with gruesome recoveries, if anyone can give me the hard facts, it's the captain.
Há casos de gente que morreram de ataques de piranhas?
Vai depender muito da condição desse ataque.
He confirms that when there's blood in the water, and especially when the water level is low, piranhas can become extremely aggressive.
E teve ataque de cardume de piranha, é fatal.
É fatal?
É fatal.
Their work is very difficult and really risky. In addition to piranhas, they can also run into other dangerous animals, like caimans and electric eels.
Com apenas 2 horas e meia de submersão. De cima dele já estava praticamente comido com orelha, nariz, boca.
So many predators and scavengers in the water that they don't know for sure if the person was dead before they fell in the water or if they got attacked and killed by the piranhas.
Vítima de afogamento no balneário da praia da Ponta Negra. Desloca a equipe para o local.
Positivo, gigante. Informar que a lancha Roberto Rocha.
Com uma piranha preta desse tamanho, uma mordida só e pode ser fatal, não?
Quando uma piranha, se ela tiver acesso à região da carótida, aí a pessoa pode morrer de hemorragia.
Capitão, entrou uma chamada de overboard.
Ocorrência? Cyril, quer ir para ocorrência?
Posso ir?
Pode.
Sim?
Sim.
Obrigado.
Todo cuidado.
Obrigado. Até logo.
The Banijay's firefighters are highly trained professionals, able to prep and leave on a mission in less than a minute. When lives are potentially at risk, they can't afford to waste a single second.
Well, I don't really know how I ended up here, but I guess I'll find out.
The firefighters have to dive into the dark, murky waters to try to find the victim's body. The captain asked me if I wanted to help, but I gotta say, diving to find a corpse in the depths of the river wasn't really in my plans for the day.
So we're moving on to a different spot. And hopefully we'll find a body. We want to find it for the family, but I'm not sure I want to find anything, to be honest. Un solo. Un solo. This is old school diving, I'm telling you.
Visibility is almost zero, and here, you never know what you might find. The dive chief comes to find me. He spotted something on my left and signals for me to go take a look. I'm super tense. I don't know what I'm gonna find. We found it.
I've done some really nice dives in my life, but let me tell you, that was not one of them. Poor guy. I don't know what happened to him, but honestly, I don't even want to know right now.
Now that the remains of the body have been found, it's up to the coroner to continue the investigation. In any case, if piranhas are responsible, the veracity of these fish is really impressive. I have terrible images in my mind, and I just hope they won't last too long. This morning, I'm back fishing near the floating village. But this time, I'm gonna use my own gear, because if I catch a big black piranha, I'm not sure I could land it with a bamboo rod.
Here we go. I think I got a monster piranha right now. Can't be a piranha. It fights too hard. Oh, it's not a piranha. That's a big tambaqui. My gosh. Look at the size of this tambaqui. It's commonly called a pacu, but I was sure it was a piranha, a big piranha. Because the fight that this guy gave me, I don't even know how I landed it. Beautiful fish. And this is actually the cousin of the piranha. But unlike the piranha, these guys are mainly vegetarian. They eat fruit and seeds that fall off the trees.
They even have teeth that kind of look like a human's.
But whenever the water level in the Amazon goes down, they'll take anything they can find. They become omnivore. And that's why I think it took a piece of meat.
Man, I'd like to get a black piranha close to that size.
Piranha.
Piranhas are really part of the culture here. And I got invited to share a traditional meal back at the village.
Muito bom.
With its firm, white meat, piranha is a delicious fish.
A sopa de piranha é afrodisíaca, é verdade?
Toma uma, aí faz caldo desse aqui, aí fica... Aham, aí o suor agita o sangue.
Tá comendo piranha, hein? Cara, hein?
Mas temos problema. Só temos quarto e tenho que dormir com ele.
Mas camas separadas.
Sim, vamos separar as camas, seguro.
I'm wondering if they know a place where I could find black piranhas, especially big ones.
Aqui tem piranha preta?
Tem.
Sim?
Tem, aqui tem. Só que é pra fora, uns 3 dias de viagem, mas lá tem piranhona preta, grandona.
Isso é o que é que quero pegar, uma grandona. Eu agradeço muito pela sopa de piranha, muito boa.
De nada.
So far, I've seen the damage schooler piranhas can do to a human body. And I've heard really gruesome stories. But I still don't know if they're true, exaggerated, or just made up. But the terrible story I'm about to hear from a local woman just might put my doubts to rest. Her mother takes me to meet her.
Oi, mãe. Que foi?
Leila?
Sim.
Olá.
Olá.
O meu nome é Cyril.
Em que posso servi-lo?
Prazer conhecê-la.
Que bom.
Então, o que é que aconteceu naquele dia?
Bem, pelo que a minha mãe me conta, naquele dia, a minha irmã de 8 anos que cuidava de mim.
Her mother told Leila's older sister to watch Leila while she was away. But the girl left to play, leaving the baby alone.
E eu tinha 6 meses na época e eu fiquei, só que eu desci da rede.
Attracted by the water, Leila crawled to the edge of the dock.
E naquela manhã eu fui em direção à escada. Só que quando eu cheguei na escada, eu caí.
She slipped off the edge, cutting her lip while falling into the water.
E nesse sangue veio o cardume de piranha. E elas vieram para cima.
With the scent of blood in the water, piranhas began to attack her face violently.
Porque havia muitas piranhas no meu rosto devido ao sangue dos lábios ter espalhado.
They bit her ears, her tongue, her nose, and upper lip. And when Leila's mother found her baby, it was her worst nightmare.
Os feixes de piranha que estavam aí no rosto dela, a boca estava tudo caído.
Que história.
Growing up and living with facial scars was hell for Leila.
Foi muito difícil enfrentar a vida.
Leila received medical help from an American charity, but they could only come to the village once a year.
E a minha esperança era todas as vezes que os médicos vinham fazer cirurgia. E eu achava que eu ia melhorar mais.
But despite the ordeal she suffered, Leila managed to cope.
Eu aprendi a me amar. Eu aprendi a me aceitar.
She's finishing her master's degree, she's married, and she has a daughter. Her courage is truly inspiring.
Essa é a minha história.
Muito obrigado.
There are certain myths surrounding the piranha that are probably exaggerated, but there are also real horror stories. These fish are capable of attacking and even killing humans.
Wow. Lada's story was incredible. I can't believe what she's been through. Incredible.
Now I'm convinced that these fish can really be dangerous. And where I'm going, I have to be careful. I want to have access to any medical help.
Getting deeper and deeper into the jungle. I think I'm getting close.
Even in the Amazon, overfishing is a problem. So to maximize my chances of catching a big fish, I have to venture deep into the jungle. I marked my path, because let me tell you, out here, you want to be able to find your way back. After a couple hours of walking, I finally arrive at a river. But I'm not alone.
It looks good here for piranha, especially considering that the water level is low. Because you see that mark there, that horizontal line on the bank, on the shore? That's the high water mark. And right now, we're about 10 feet below that line, so the water level is pretty good. There should be some aggressive piranhas here. I hope.
I'm using a strong 80-pound main line, in case it rubs against the snags on the bottom. And I'm tying on a metal leader, to avoid getting cut off by the piranha's nasty teeth.
The rod and reel, well, it's pretty heavy outfit, and actually it might be a little overkill for a piranha, but the thing here is in the Amazon, when you have a bait on the bottom, you never know what you're gonna catch. There's so many fish, like monster fish, and I don't want to lose them.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it's off.
Oh, check this out. Look at the bite mark on the bait. That's a single piranha that did that. One single bite. And that's not even a big one. I'm telling you, there's got to be some monster ones down there. Oh. There we go. What is this fish? It's weird. Man, it's trying to get into a snag. That's definitely not a piranha. It's a stingray. Freshwater stingray. Very dangerous fish. You gotta be careful with the barb. Like it's trying to get me here with the barb, with the tail and the barb. When people think about the most dangerous animals in the Amazon, they always think about piranhas, anacondas, caimans. But I'm telling you, this guy is super dangerous.
Taking my hook out of this animal is not gonna be easy.
People in the Amazon call it the wish you were dead fish. The pain is that bad.
There, the hook is out. Look at the size of this barb. See you, buddy. It's not what I'm looking for, but it's always nice to catch a different kind of fish. I keep going, looking for a black piranha spot. But as deep in the jungle as I am, I'm not alone.
Olá,
O que tu faz aqui?
buscando piranha. Piranha preta.
Ah, aqui tem, mas não é muito.
Não é muito?
Lá pra cima do rio que tem.
Longe daqui?
É muito longe.
Ah, aqui estou perto de uma aldeia?
Perto da minha aldeia. A vila, eu sou o chefe.
The chief offers to take me closer to the best spots for piranhas. But for that, we have to paddle to his village first. Considering how tough it is to walk through the forest, I couldn't say no. The Satar in my way is an indigenous tribe that continues to live in a traditional way in the Amazon jungle.
Hoje tem uma festa ou algo, não?
Sim, vai acontecer o ritual da tucandeira.
The Tucandera ceremony is a rite of passage to manhood, which involves suffering through the terrible sting of bullet ants. This ant is known for having the most painful sting in the insect world.
Wow, puta formiga, cuidado. They're putting the ants in this concoction that's made out of cashew tree leaves. And from what I understood, it acts as an anesthetic and it knocks them right out. But cuidado.
It's not easy to keep track of so many ants without getting stung.
Obrigado. De nada. That was a close call.
Now that the ants are in the concoction, we just have to wait for the anesthetic to take effect. Ants are very important for the villagers, and a different species is even part of their diet.
Posso provar? Pode. Outro tipo de formiga? Outro tipo. Ah. Muito bom. It's crunchy and really spicy. They got a sting.
Now that the ants are asleep, and before they wake up, one of the young men weaves them into a special glove.
Não, mas nem todos picam, por isso que tem que encher para pegar pelo menos umas 80.
80 picaduras?
Isso, 80 picaduras.
For the community, the ceremony is more than just a rite of passage.
A vida na selva, né? O veneno é como se fosse uma vacina.
É bom? É bom para a saúde.
Para a saúde. Você faz? Pode fazer?
Não sei. He's asking me if I want to try it. Because for them it's a vaccine, it's good for health, but yeah, the pain is terrible. You know, like from what I know about bullet ants, it's the worst sting in the insect world. Quanto tempo dura o dor?
16, 20 horas.
20 horas?
20 horas.
It's really painful. A single sting causes intense pain for hours. So imagine, they have to endure many stings all at once. It's intense.
Vamos lá? E aí, Cyril?
Não, muito dor.
Você que está viajando, pescando na Amazônia, precisa de imunidade fazer para ficar forte.
Não.
The last thing I want to do is put my hand in one of these gloves. But I truly believe it'll be good for me.
Vacina.
Assim? This is horrible.
The pain is unbearable. I just want it to stop. I slept for the rest of the day and woke up in the middle of the night.
I feel a little better. And they tell me that by morning, I should feel a lot better. I just hope they're right, because it's awful.
This morning, I'm back out looking for black piranha. My hand still hurts, but I'm a lot better. I get to a small beach. I'll try here, because the forest along the river is very dense, and there aren't so many other places I can cast from. I missed it, but there's definitely something here.
Whoa. There we go. Fish on. I hope it's a big black piranha. I don't know what that is.
It's not a piranha. It's a small piranha, a filioche.
Yes. Beautiful. That's a baby piranha. Beautiful animal. We call them filioche here in Brazil. That means a small piranha. But these fish, they can grow to weigh over 400 pounds. It's the biggest catfish in the Amazon, and they're one of the biggest freshwater fish in the world. Beautiful. The environment here is so hostile. It's so full of piranhas. Look, both fins got attacked by piranhas. Those are bite marks from piranhas. Because that's what piranhas do. They attack the soft parts first, the soft parts of the fish, and then they attack the rest of the body.
Bye, my friend. Stay away from piranhas. After a short walk, I come across a spot that looks perfect for piranha.
This pool looks good here. Just at the bottom of some rapids. And usually the piranhas, they congregate in the slow pools at the bottom of rapids, waiting for food to arrive. They don't really go in the fast water. But here, there should be piranhas, I'm pretty sure.
But after a dozen casts, still nothing.
That was a piranha. They're here for sure.
Piranha!
Little black piranha. It's not quite the size of fish I'm looking for, but that's, I'm moving in the right direction. That's the right species.
In general, I always release what I catch. But out here, I never know what my next meal would be. So it's better to eat while I have food. I have a feeling there are only small piranhas in that last spot. So I have no choice. I have to keep going. And that means crossing this river.
Piranhas don't like the fast water. They're not like trout, so in theory, I should be fine. The only thing I gotta watch out for is obviously the current plus the, you know, there could be stingrays in the slow eddies behind rocks. So I gotta watch out for that.
So far, so good. The water isn't too deep, and the current's not too strong. But now, it's deeper, and the current is really pushing. Suddenly, I lose my footing. I try to get back on my feet, but the current is too strong, and I'm getting swept down towards Piranha territory. Fortunately, the current takes me to the bank on the other side. I've been walking for 2 days to find the perfect spot for a big black piranha. A part of the river that's not too wide with a slow current. But when I come out of this forest, all I find is a dead end.
I don't know what to do here. Swimming across to that other shore there, between the piranhas and the caimans and everything. I don't know. And look at the other shore. It's full of vegetation, it's super steep. There's not a lot of spots that I can fish from the shore. Kind of stuck here.
It will soon be nightfall, and really unsafe to walk in the forest. Considering I don't know where to go, I'll set up camp here. And besides, I'll need a little rest before I can come up with a plan. Normally, I would camp on a small island to avoid dangerous animals, but it's too late and I'm too tired. Here in the Amazon forest, there are many dangers to watch out for, like jaguars, venomous spiders, and snakes. But dangerous animals is one thing. The real problem is that I don't know where to go from here. I've heard terrible stories of people being attacked, and I still haven't found a big black piranha. I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere, and turning back is not an option. I had a decent night's sleep, and this morning, I have a plan to get out of here and find a big black piranha. All I need is a little imagination and a good machete.
All right, this is it. I sure hope it floats. I guess I'll find out pretty soon.
Looks like it does. That's a good start. It's not very high-tech, but at least I can keep going upriver.
It works. You just can't be in a rush. It's like Noah's Ark. Check this out. I just hope it's not gonna turn into the Titanic.
It's not very fast, but at least there's not a lot of current. And after about an hour paddling upriver, I find a spot that looks great for black piranha. A sandbank where 3 rivers meet. The current from the rivers should bring food into the area, which should attract all sorts of fish and predators like piranhas. Just because it looks good here doesn't mean that the fish are feeding. Oh, good bite, good bite. That's a good bite.
Here we go.
Fish on. No, I lost it. That was a powerful fish. I think it was a big black piranha.
Look at the wire. It looks like it was bent with pliers, but I'm telling you, it's the piranha's teeth. Man, the power they have in that jaw.
The lightning is still a ways off in the distance, so I keep fishing. I have to catch one here, because it's the best spot I've found so far. And finding another one in my makeshift boat isn't too likely.
That's what we call it, the rainforest.
Oh, something's on.
Here we go. Fish on. That's a nice fish. Whatever that is, it's a nice fish. It's powerful. Yeah, that's a big black piranha. Look at that. That's a monster. Got it. That's him. Look at the size of this black piranha. That's a monster. That's exactly what I've been looking for. Man, that's a big fish. Those fish are designed to rip flesh apart. They're eating machines. Pound for pound, that bite is 3 times as powerful as the American alligator, and just as powerful as the great white shark. I'm telling you, you don't want to put your fingers in there.
Bye, buddy. I finally caught the black piranha, a ferocious fish with deadly jaws and a killer reputation.
It's a real story.
It's a real story.
But does it deserve its reputation? I must admit, its behavior is unpredictable. And even though they're generally harmless to humans, they're super dangerous fish. I've learned that dramatic accidents do happen, but fortunately, they aren't as common as we think. During this adventure, I met some amazing people whose unforgettable stories inspired me to go even deeper into this wild jungle that I love so much.
I'm getting a very weak signal right now. But that's an eel.
That's an electric eel.
It's getting louder.
There it is, there it is, there it is.
Hey, Chris, it's right there, it's right there.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I travel the world chasing monster fish. This time, I'm in the heart of the Amazon forest.
Vamos pasar, amigo.
This wild region is full of enormous and dangerous beasts. There are also stories of snake-like monsters that haunt the jungle rivers. Some of them are only legends. But it seems others are very real. I'm here on a mission to help a team of scientists understand this mysterious creature. And for that, I have to find a predator with a reputation for being a ruthless killer. Electrophorus electricus, the electric eel. A fish capable of delivering an extremely violent electric shock. I've seen videos of people getting electrocuted by this beast, and caimans paralyzed with pain, trying to bite one. And to face this electrifying creature, I'll need to know what I'm getting into.
Atenção, show!
On my many trips to the Amazon, I've heard rumors of people being killed by electric eels. So that's why I'm back here in Manaus, Brazil, to find out if the biggest electric eels can deliver shocks strong enough to actually kill a human being.
During one of my last trips here, I caught one by accident.
It's an electric eel,
and I had just enough time to get out of the water before I got a nasty shock.
Can you put a
despite its name, the electric eel isn't actually an eel. In fact, it's closer to a catfish than an eel. What's incredible about this creature is that 90% of its mass is composed of electrical cells, called electrocytes. It's as if millions of batteries were connected to a flashlight to multiply its intensity. The more batteries there are, the more powerful the brightness. The theory is that the bigger the eel, the more damage its shock can do, sometimes even causing death. Manaus is situated where the Rio Negro and Amazon rivers meet. With more than 2 million people, it is the most populous city in the Amazon rainforest. I'm curious what the locals know about the paraque, the Portuguese word for electric eel.
Você vai pegar choque.
Seguro?
Com certeza.
Buraquê, cara, tu tá doido? Buraquê dá choque, meu irmão. Se tu pegar no buraquê, ele vai te dar choque, porra.
Todo mundo pensa que a piranha é o peixe mais perigoso do Amazonas. Mas perigoso mesmo do Amazonas é o buraquê.
Dá choque forte, hein?
É, só essa energia aí.
Dá choque assim?
Muito mais forte. Tem uns pequenos também que mata gado.
Mata gado?
É.
Que dá o choque e mata logo.
Matador. Pensa que mata a gente.
Mata a gente.
One of the guys says they're worse than piranhas. The other one was like, it's like sticking your fingers in an outlet. Or, you know, I'm gonna get zapped. Or worse. Sounds like fun.
Tomorrow, I have a meeting with some electric eel specialists. But before I meet with them, I want to explore a small lake just outside of town, where it's said there are electric eels. I quickly find myself deep in the jungle. The vegetation is getting very dense, and the roads are pretty rough. They don't call it the rainforest for nothing. Violent thunderstorms can come out of nowhere, and are gone just as fast.
This must be the lake. How do I get down there now? This is nice. This looks like a perfect environment for electric eels. Still water, almost stagnant. Looks good. I'm gonna give it a shot.
I've never fished for electric eels before, but in terms of fishing gear, I'm not taking any chances. I'm going with a heavy rod, because in the Amazon, you never know what you're gonna get into.
Here we go. This can't be an electric eel. It's way too big. It's stuck in the weeds there.
I have to get this fish out of the weeds before I lose it.
Man, if this is an electric eel, it's gotta be 12,000 volts. Oh, it's an arapaima. Oh, I can have my feet in the water. It's not an eel, but it's a nice arapaima.
Now, I gotta land this fish.
That's the reason why you have to fish with some heavy gear in the Amazon. You never know what you're gonna find. There's all kinds of monsters here.
Man, it's a beautiful arapaima, or pirarucu, in indigenous language.
And what pirarucu means is literally red fish. It comes from the fact that they have red scales like this. Because pira means fish, and urucu means red. And those scales, they can actually resist piranha attacks. They're so strong, it's like an armor that they have on their body. And what those fish have in common with the electric eel is that it can breathe air. Look, that's what he's doing right now. It's actually breathing air. It's not what I was expecting, but that's a nice catch. Always feels good to catch a big fish.
I wonder if there really were electric eels in that lake. There's so many stories and rumors that I'm not sure what to believe. I'm heading back to Manaus to meet the next police officer who has a story to tell. He was fishing in a lake just outside of town, and apparently he had a close encounter.
O que aconteceu nesse dia?
Nesse dia, eu com meu pai saímos para pescar, né? Quando eu vim olhar a malhadeira...
He tells me that while pulling in his net, it got stuck at the bottom. So he jumped into the water to pull it free.
A água mais ou menos estava na altura da cintura. O curaqué veio, passou no vão das pernas, ele tocou na minha perna. Mas muito violento mesmo. Caí, desmaiei. Eu fiquei inconsciente. Eu poderia ter me afogado.
Estava inconsciente?
Inconsciente, apaguei, desmaiei. Depois de alguns minutos, que eu voltei à consciência, que eu já estava dentro da canoa que meu pai tinha me puxado. E o puraqué era pequeno, não era um puraqué grande. Era um puraqué mais ou menos quase 1 metro.
See what I told you? It seems like it's not just a myth. This is a true story. I don't think the eel was actually big enough to kill him, but had his dad not been there to save him, he could have drowned. And what if it was a bigger eel? I don't know.
Well, it looks like the electric eel is as dangerous as they say. Next up, the Amazon Scientific Research Center. To learn more about the infamous electric eel from Dr. Bastos, a biologist who specializes in this deadly and mysterious creature.
Então, como caça esse peixe? O puraqué ele tem uma visão muito ruim, né? Então ele enxerga muito pouco. Para ele se locomover no ambiente, ele usa o campo elétrico, basicamente, que é gerado pelo órgão elétrico. Então, esse órgão elétrico emite pequenas voltagens.
Dr. Bastos explains that these weak shocks serve as an electric field to locate its prey. But their voltage is so low, we can't feel them.
Mas se pode escutar.
To hear them, he uses a rod with a positive and a negative pole that pick up the current from the discharges, which we can hear through the amplifier.
E isso é sinal elétrico?
É sinal elétrico de baixa voltagem. Quando ele quer atacar ou se defender, ele usa uma descarga de alta voltagem, muito forte, o suficiente para ou paralisar uma presa, para ele comer, ou para afugentar uma ameaça.
And whenever the amplifier distorts, that's a shock. That's a high voltage discharge. Right now, that's it. That's exactly what it is. Quantos volts?
Eles chegam até 600, tem gente que registrou até 800 volts.
Uau. E você acha que ele pode matar alguém?
Se puraqué, quanto maior ele é, maior em teoria pode ser a descarga, que ele tem mais órgãos elétricos.
The danger this shock poses for humans is the risk of a heart attack, paralysis, and drowning.
A sua missão é capturar um peixe grande e tirar uma amostra de músculo, de tecido, para estudos genéticos e medir a descarga dele.
We got gloves, but if it jumps and it gets you on the arms, you got a shock. Então, onde posso tirar a amostra?
Exatamente aqui, ó.
E não machuca o peixe?
Não, naturalmente eles podem perder um pedaço da nadadeira anal.
Ok. Wow. 300?
This eel measures almost 3 feet long. According to Dr. Bastos, these fish generate about 100 volts per foot.
Cuidado. Esse peixe pode ter uma descarga elétrica tão forte quanto a arma que a polícia usa.
Não. Verdade?
Yeah.
To get a better idea of what to expect if I get shocked by an eel, I know where to go.
Obrigado.
Senhor! Senhor! A special unit of the police force has allowed me to attend a course that demonstrates the effects of an electric gun known as the taser. The objective? Understand the effects of high voltage on the human body.
You can sit. Nós vamos abordar aqui o dispositivo eletrônico de controle, o taser, conhecer sua técnica.
He explains that the symptoms of a taser shock are very similar to those caused by an electric eel.
Causa uma confusão, paralisando temporariamente o infrator ou suspeito. Então fazemos um comparativo entre o deck e o poraquê.
However, the body receives 50,000 volts from a taser versus about 600 from an eel. But in fact, the eel is more dangerous.
A voltagem não é perigosa, e sim a amperagem. A amperagem para taser é muito menor do que os 3 amperes fornecidos pelo poraquê.
O poraquê é mais perigoso?
Mais perigoso. Ele oferece risco à vida pela alta amperagem fornecida.
Okay.
Let's go.
For their training, they have to test the taser.
But who does it?
Huh?
I'm not. You're not? They're looking for a volunteer, but no one wants to do it. they all know what it feels like.
Since no one in the room volunteers, the instructor who didn't want to do it agrees to take one for the team.
Atenção. Show!
It looks extremely painful.
Tá tudo bem? Certinho aí?
And I think I'm next.
Apparently, it's the closest thing to the shock of an electric eel.
I'm taking this training to understand the effects of an electric shock. And I don't think I really have a choice.
Ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
All right. Here?
Yeah. Stay relaxed, because you will feel more pain.
More pain if you're tense?
Yeah?
It's hard to be relaxed right now.
Yeah.
¿Y por qué tenemos un doctor aquí?
To minimize the risks.
Okay.
Atenção. Choque!
Relax. Relax. It's horrible. Now I know why you guys didn't want to do it. I'm seeing stars. Is it normal?
It's normal.
Yeah, it's normal.
Yeah, stars?
Yes.
Yeah.
Relax. Okay, relax.
Are you feeling good?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I've always believed that whatever doesn't kill you is gonna make you stronger, but I don't know how this is gonna make me stronger, I'm telling you.
Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mama? Okay? Man, the pain. This was so strong. And they say the shock of an electric eel is even worse. And it can actually kill you. I gotta be really careful out there.
I love catching big fish. Getting tased though, not so much. Anyway, that's not why I'm here in Brazil. I'm here to collect data on the electric eel, specifically to get a fin sample for Dr. Bastos. He's confirmed that there should be some really big ones in the region where I'm going. Unfortunately, almost everywhere on the planet, you see the same pattern. Overfishing at sea and in fresh water. Deforestation, pollution, and dams in the rivers, all leading to fewer and fewer fish. So to catch a monster, it's often necessary to go deeper and deeper into the wild. Whenever I come to the Amazon, I always trust the locals because they know their land better than anyone. My indigenous guide is called Inyoke, and I've fished with him before. He knows these waters and the predators that swim in them very well. And he says we should be safe from sharks, even in a metal boat. The eel is a predator. It eats fish, so we gotta get some bait first.
We're picking some small fruit like this to catch the bait, to catch the eels.
Here, you have to be on guard at all times. There are always caimans lurking, and they can be pretty big.
Yes! That's what we need. Oh, no! Isso, trabalho de equipo. Muito bom. Aracu.
Aracu.
Eels don't usually like the current, so Inyoke takes me to a slow-moving pool.
Aqui é bom?
Por aqui é que tem muito grande, por aqui grande.
Sim?
Sim.
Nesse poço?
Essa poça aqui.
Okay. Apparently there's some really big eels here. He said he's seen giant ones in this pool before. But the thing here, when you have a bait on the bottom, you never know what you're gonna get. There's so many different species of fish and big fish.
Oh, here we go. I got a bite.
Fish on. Oh, surubing. Surubing. It's not a nice kill, but I'm really happy to catch really cool looking fish. You'll see. Oh, okay. Surubing. Tiger shovel-nosed catfish. Beautiful. Look at the patterns on this fish. Perfect camouflage. Really nice. It's not what we were looking for, but man, that's a really cool looking fish.
It wasn't the electric eel that I'm looking for, but we have to get going because it's getting late and it gets dark very quickly here in the Amazon. We set up a small camp and quickly fall asleep under the stars. Today's goal, getting to a smaller river with less current, where the eels should be more concentrated, and in theory, easier to find. The deeper we go in the jungle, the smaller the river gets. It's a good sign.
The largest rodent in the world, capybaras. It sounds like they're having a party in there. ¿Você come capibara?
Sim, é muito gostoso esse.
I'm glad we don't have a bow and arrow on the boat. Passa aqui, ó. Vamos pasar, amigo. Vamos pasar. Ya te falei que íbamos a pasar. We made it. Amazon-style adventure. Vamos.
Vamos.
The calm waters just past these rapids are what we're looking for. But the chances that an eel finds my bait in so much water aren't so good.
So I put together an electric eel detector. And the way it works is pretty much the same thing that I saw in the lab. Except I had to work with what I found in the field. That's a piece of wood, but here I ran an electric wire all the way to the end here with a positive and a negative. And here, it's linked to this little device here, which is an amplifier. And in theory, when I stick it in the water, it should pick up the signals of the electric eels. And I should hear them in the amplifier here. I hope it works. Theory, I should be insulated from electric shocks by my rubber soles. But the only problem is I'm sitting on a metal boat, so if I get zapped, I'll feel it somewhere else. Inoki, melhor se você botar sandália.
Ok.
Sim, pouco de proteção. There's so much water. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Look at the caiman right here.
There are plenty of caimans here, but no sign of an eel.
Vamos! very faint signal. That's an eel.
I'll give it a shot here.
Aqui tem muito poraquê?
Sim, tem muito. Quando tá seco, mas esse pulso, tem muito.
He says that he's seen a lot of eels congregating in his pool when the water level is low. But the thing is that the water level is kind of high right now, so they should be here, but they're just more scattered. So I'll just fish blind and see what happens.
Not sure that the eels are hungry, but I think Gnocchi is. He looks like he's not fishing for bait anymore. He's fishing for lunch.
Wow, muito bom, Paco.
Muito bom.
Muito gostoso isso.
Oh, fish. Fish, fish, fish.
Let's go.
That's a serious fish. For sure, it's not an electric eel. It's just got way too much power. It's coming. Nice red tail. Oh, piranha, bom. Bom piranha. It's incredible the power that those fish have. They make that sound because they gulp air in their mouth and they push it out through their gills. Now, that's a red tail. Piranha, red tail catfish. What's interesting in this fish too is that about a third of the fish, his head, the head goes all the way back here, and there's a bony plate here.
Nice fish, about 30 pounds.
Beautiful animal. E gosta de comer esse, hein?
Sim.
No problema, Gnocchi. Temos o pacu para comer. A nice red tail. It's not what I'm looking for, though. But for now, it's time to cook some pacu. While Gnocchi is busy starting the fire, I'll go get some dry wood.
Anaconda. Oh man, that was close. I could have stepped on it and got bitten, because that's exactly what anacondas do. They attack their prey by biting it, and then they coil around it and strangle the life out of them. I don't think this one is big enough to actually strangle me, but it could have bitten me, and a bite here in the middle of the jungle, that could have resulted in a bad infection. Gnocchi. Casi pisei numa cobra na mata.
É verdade?
Sim.
Esse é perigoso, cobra.
Sim, pode ser, pode morder,
tamanho,
não? Não desse tamanho. Aqui até você.
É verdade isso?
Sim. É quase todo feio, todo...
There are some delicious fish in the Amazon, and pacu is definitely one of them. And while we wait for it to cook, Gnocchi tells me a chilling story.
Homem que vivia aqui nesse rio era homem forte. Quando ele...
He tells me that a villager came to the river to wash his hands and fell into the water. Nobody ever saw him again, nor knew what really happened. Some say he was attacked by piranhas.
Ou no poraquê.
Ou ele levou poraquê.
É, não voltou mais.
Sabia nadar?
Ele sabia nadar bem.
Você pegou a cabeça numa pedra e se afogou?
Não, é fundo assim.
Tem fundo lá. Oh, that's an incredible story. He fell in the water and they never saw him again. Piranhas, electric eels. Guess we'll never know.
Obrigado, amigo. Cyril, eu conheço outro carapé aqui. E o cara pega que não é tão grande, mas pequeno.
Vamos lá, então?
Vamos.
We're heading to the small creek that Inyoki told me about. But before we go up the creek, I want to try casting at its mouth. The eels have to swim through here before going upstream.
We're on.
I don't know what it is, but for sure it's not an electric eel. It's starting around too much.
É piranha! É piranha! É cuidado, piranha!
Big black piranha. No. Man, he cut me right off. Check this out. That was a big piranha. No wonder I have no leader and no metal leader. But if I put a metal leader, I won't catch the eels.
I heard they don't like metal leaders. Enough wasting time. We're entering the small creek. We're going very slow, in case we spot an electric eel. I don't think we'll be able to go much further by boat.
Man, it looks good here. It's a small creek, barely any current, almost stagnant waters, and it's connected to the main river, so the eels can come in and out to feed. Inoki, vamos?
Vamos.
A ver se... Mas não assim, não?
Não, assim mesmo, tá bom.
Muito perigoso. Tenho botas para você. Tem que colocar botas.
Ah, tá. Obrigado.
Porque senão na água... Choca. Perigoso.
Perigoso.
He was gonna go barefoot. I said, no, I insisted that you take the boots, you put the boots on.
Inyoki is not afraid of anything, but I just want to make sure he's safe.
Sai. Mandioca demais. Come muito. Perfeito.
Perfeito, né?
Lá. Eso, por aquí, no? Tail right there. Look, that's the tail of the eel.
Now that we've seen an eel, we set up the mobile lab. We have to be well prepared, so we can take the samples and measurements as quickly as possible.
Ok.
Vamos?
Vamos.
Too bad. He was right there. But then it disappeared.
Va por encima. Vamos lá?
We move along the bank to try to find a eel. I think we'll have to use the detector. Here, the water is even calmer. It seems like a good place to start.
I don't know if there are any eels in here, but if there are, I should be able to detect them because there's not a large volume of water. This stream is pretty small, so I should be able to pick up a signal. Por aquí. There's one here. I'm getting a really faint signal, but that's an eel. It's gotta be in those branches there. I don't want to step too deep because I don't want to get shot. At least here in a small stream like this, chances of hooking into a monster fish are pretty slim. So that's why I can use a lighter rod. And also put a monofilament leader on just in case I get zapped. You know, this doesn't conduct electricity.
And we're also wearing gloves, so we don't get shocked when we land a fish.
Oh. Eel on. Sai muita água. É grande. It's going under a branch there. I hope I'm not gonna lose it. I don't like this, I'm all wet. All my clothes are wet. I gotta land this thing. No, que cuidado na água. Não fica na água, não fica na água. Assim. Oh, no! No! I was so close. I had it. It was right there. It went underneath a branch, and it was pulling one way, and the fish was pulling the other way, so there was a lot of friction on the line. And eventually, that's what I was fearing, it broke. Vamos buscar otro.
I never thought that catching an eel would be so hard. Tonight, Iñaki wants me to meet an elder from a local tribe who knows the legend of how the electric eel, known as Paraná, came to be. Paraná was an Amazon warrior. He wanted to become the greatest fighter in the world. One day, a tribe attacked his village, and Paraná defended himself heroically by using lightning. After winning the battle, he dropped a lightning bolt into the river by accident. The bolt then turned into a strange fish that electrocuted everything in its path. After sharing this legend with me, the elder also gave me a tip. Eels swim up tiny creeks to feed at night. So even if it's late, Iñaki offers to return to the creek, where I lost the eel earlier today. There might be others. We have to be careful while walking in the forest at night. There are many nocturnal animals prowling for their next meal, like snakes, spiders, and even jaguars. We're back at the spot, and the search is on.
This is a perfect environment for electric eels, especially at night. A little stream like that, they should come in and feed. And mira, aquí.
To breathe, electric eels must rise to the surface every 10 minutes or so.
Grande esta? Sim. There's a big eel right there. And there's a lot more activity at night, it looks like.
With all the branches, if I cast now, there's a good chance I might lose it. So I hope it's gonna come out from the cover. It was there a second ago, but it just disappeared. So we're waiting for it to return to the surface to breathe. I don't see it. Time for plan B.
Vamos a escuchar? Sí. Sí,
Electric eels have poor vision, so to orient themselves in the water, they put out a weak electric current, just like an electric field. If they perceive the presence of prey nearby, they emit a stronger electric shock to send the prey into convulsions, making it easier to locate. Finally, they send an even stronger shock to stun them completely and move in to eat them.
No escuto nada. be a lot of activity, but nothing right now. Eso es por aquí.
Sí.
I'm getting a very weak signal right now. But that's an eel. It's getting louder. It's gotta be here somewhere. There it is, there it is, there it is. Hey, Chris, it's right there, it's right there. Man, are you all right? Come, help me out, man. All right, Chris. Quit rolling, man. Help me out.
My cameraman got shocked. We have to get back to camp.
What happened is that in the heat of the action, he must have grabbed the underwater camera that's on a pole, but he forgot to put his gloves on. Put it into the water, and he must have touched the eel and got zapped. You got shocked so bad.
Very strong.
Shows one thing, though. Those things are pretty powerful. Really dangerous. You're right, right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you.
When chasing monsters, sometimes the most difficult part isn't catching the beast, it's finding it. Now I know where to find him. So we're going back to where we were last night, in the middle of the jungle. This time, we'll be more careful, and my cameraman will wear his gloves at all times. Catching this eel is turning into a real challenge. Not only do I have to catch it to bring data back to Dr. Bastos, but it's also become a real obsession.
It's so hot here in the forest, you have no idea. At least on the river, we get a little bit of a breeze. But here, there's no air at all. It's 100% humidity. Check this out, look at my shirt. I didn't go swimming. It's drenched in sweat.
This is exactly where my cameraman got shocked last night. We gotta be careful. Still nothing, but there's gotta be one nearby. The signal is very weak, but it's an eel for sure. We just have to find it.
You hear that? There's gotta be one right here, right underneath those branches there. I hope I'm well insulated.
This eel is hiding under a dead tree. If it bites, it's gonna be a challenge getting it out.
Fish on.
I've got the fish, but the line is tangled up in the branches. I'm worried it's gonna break like the last time.
I'm gonna lose this fish.
I have to pull hard so that the eel won't get even more tangled in the branches. But there's a lot of friction on the line.
Oh, here it is, here it is. Muito bom. We got it. I don't know how, but we got it. Yes. Tem peso. Beautiful eel. He says about 20, 25 pounds. Really nice fish.
Even though the electric eel can breathe air, we still have to do this fast. We put it on the tarp so it doesn't get hurt. The electric eel's vital organs are concentrated in a small area not far from its head. The rest of its body contains its electric organs. This is a big one. We have to be really careful.
160.
The electric eel is breathing fine, but we still have to hurry to take the measurements and get our sample.
340. 340 volts.
It doesn't really like being handled, and it's starting to spasm. That means it's sending out powerful shocks. This is the best moment to measure them, because they should be at their maximum.
420 volts. Você sente o choque?
Sente.
Quando contracta o músculo? É choque.
The results are consistent with the scientist's theory. It's 5 feet long, and the discharges are around 500 volts. So 100 volts per foot.
Você pensa? Hey, full-blown shock it gave me. I could feel it right through the gloves.
Because we're sweating so much, the moisture is conducting part of the shock.
Imagine without the gloves, he would have knocked me right out.
This is not the biggest eel that science has ever seen. But the more data that can be collected, the more it will help biologists understand this mysterious fish.
Muito bom.
Muito bom.
The scientists are going to be really happy with this.
We got our research done, so it's time to send this animal back home to its creek. And it looks like it's ready to go.
Muito bom, amigo.
Bom, amigo.
Obrigado. Obrigado por
Nada.
tudo. Desculpa do choque.
Você.
Douglas.
Ei, Cyril.
Tudo bem?
Tudo bem? Você já tá vivo?
Aqui está.
Oh, muito obrigado. É muito importante pra gente essa mostra.
É bom?
Bom, bom demais.
Ah, muito obrigado.
Eu que agradeço.
Tô ainda vivo.
It was another intense adventure in the Amazon. Tracking a predator that can shock a human being like a taser was a little crazy. I've caught some amazing fish, but catching an electric eel without getting electrocuted was a real challenge.
Muito bom. We got it. I don't know how, but we got it.
It was an extreme and dangerous mission, but it was worth it because Inoki and I brought back some rare data from this beautiful jungle.
There's something pushing through the water. There's just that constant movement of this wake that changes directions.
What did you think when you first saw it? What do you think it was?
That's the thing. I didn't know what it was. It's undescribable.
Yeah, whatever this thing is, a creature, an animal of some sort, it's got to be swimming right next to the surface. Whatever it is big.
Yeah. Just what is it, is the question.
Yeah.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I travel the world chasing monster fish. This time, I'm in Florida, where there's been sightings of strange, unidentified creatures.
What the is that?
I'm on a mission to find out what lies behind a mystery that has baffled both the locals.
By the look at her face, she thought she saw a monster.
And the experts.
This is the greatest challenge I've had in a long time.
To get to the bottom of this, I'll face some dangerous situations.
Watch out! Almost got bit on that one.
Ooh. And push myself to the extreme.
What was that?
It's definitely not the wake of the boat because it's too far ahead of the boat. What is this thing?
But the problem with fishing for the unknown is that you never know what's at the end of your line.
No!
And whatever that was big. I'm here in Florida, where there are rumors of unexplained sightings. Mysterious creatures that lurk in the coastal waters close to shore. People have been reporting them more and more frequently.
and I'm here to find out what these stories are all about.
Over the years, I've come across a few unexplained mysteries, like the legend of Bigfoot in the Pacific Northwest and Canada.
You know, a creature about 7 to 8 feet tall, covered in hair, massive arms.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Go ahead, go.
And all I could think was, this is it.
You guys are sure it was not a bear, right?
No, it was not any kind of animal that I've ever seen before.
This time, I'm looking into something I found online. A video that defies explanation, filmed on Florida's Gulf Coast.
It kind of looks like it's coming towards us right now. Oh, what the hell? It's right here. It's right here. Oh my God. What the is that? It's over there. What the is that? I don't know what that is. Go.
The first thing I need to do is find out if this video is authentic. To help me, I'm meeting with Jim Stafford, a forensic video analyst who's often called upon by the police to determine if a video is legitimate.
So for my video, have you been able to find any clues?
I have, Cyril. When I first looked at it, it seemed like it was pretty amazing. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be looking at it to see if I see any displacement. If I see anything that looks like there may have been an edit.
Jim uses several software processes to detect the slightest anomaly in a video.
One of the things that I find really helpful is to apply false color. And this all looks very natural. It would be really hard for someone to create this kind of shadowing and wave action.
Did you notice any cuts in the video? It seems like I might have seen a cut and edit at a minute 29 seconds.
But let's take a look.
Right here, see?
I do see that, but I think that's just a jerk in the camera.
It's just a jerk in the camera?
From my forensic perspective, this video is authentic.
100%?
100%. I'd like to know what it is, though. This is pretty cool.
What would be your guess?
You know, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
If this is one animal, it is huge. I don't know if that's the back of this creature.
The tail or some other creature coming out of the water as well. Who knows? That's exactly why I'm here. Thank you very much.
Now that I know the video is legitimate, I want to see what I can find on the water. But I'll need some help. Thankfully, Jim has put me in contact with some real pros, a dive team that specializes in underwater investigation.
I don't know about diving in these waters. Because first of all, visibility could be a problem. And second of all, there's sharks out there, and big ones.
Over the years, I've spoken to many shark bite victims here in Florida.
I see out of the corner of my eye that there's a shark coming from behind me. I put my arm up and he took my whole elbow in his mouth.
Sharks generally don't attack people, but especially in murky waters like the ones I have to go into, they can mistake humans for prey. To be able to see what's lurking in low visibility conditions, I'm gonna need the most advanced equipment there is.
How you guys doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. Darren D'Addario.
Hey, how you
Pleasure to
doing?
meet you. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
Adam Went. Nice to meet you.
How you doing, Adam?
Let's go take a look at some of the equipment.
Yeah, let's do it.
Darren and Adam are real professionals when it comes to diving in dangerous conditions. They're regularly called upon for crime scene investigation or to carry out search operations off of Florida's coast.
Got a lot of gear.
Yeah. A lot of good gear.
You travel light.
Yeah. All right, Cyril, so here's the kit that you'll be diving with us with communications built in. And we have here is a mask-mounted display for our diver-held sonar. So you're going to be able to mount that right onto your mask, and you'll be able to see the sonar image that's being displayed.
During our dive, Darren will carry a portable sonar device that'll transmit images directly to our masks so we can see in these murky waters.
All right.
Love it.
Any questions?
I think it's pretty straightforward.
Let's go dive.
I want to go dive. Let's do it, man.
We load up the gear and head out with Mark, the boat's captain, to hopefully find whatever that thing was in the video.
Hey, Darren.
Yeah, Cyril.
You want to see the video?
Yeah, please.
It's going to come to the surface there. See?
Whoa, that's powerful.
Yeah, it is powerful.
That's big. That's got to be at least 20 feet, huh?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like anything I've seen. Could be interesting.
We're not. Oh, what is that?
We just had something come in the screen. It's about 10 feet off the bottom, and it's moving pretty fast. That's a big, big boy. This has got to be a 10 to 15 foot mark here. See the flash where it's moving up? When we went over it, we must have startled it. It doesn't like the boat over it. It keeps moving around.
Mark follows the image on the sonar for 20 minutes until it disappears, close to where the original video was filmed. We'll start by scanning the area with a 360-degree sonar to try to see the creature and to have a better idea of the environment we're diving into.
All right, now we're gonna get a picture.
There we go.
Take a look at
that.
Wow.
Yeah, we're getting the bottom structure right there. It looks like we're laying right in the middle of something.
Cyril, this sure would be a good place for something to be lurking about. It's awful dark and murky down here. You're very right about that. If I was a predator, would be hiding around here. It's a good thing we have the sonar.
Visibility being really poor, the portable sonar will give us a real-time picture of what's in front of us.
There's a lot of structure that way. Let's go check it out. Are you marking anything at all? Nothing right now. Just all these concrete blocks is all I'm seeing. Cyril, something just swam by. About 60 feet away. 60 feet away.
Hey guys, I'm picking up something pretty big on the sonar. I don't know what it is, but it's heading your way.
All right. I got a picture. Darren, you got a signal of it? You see it? It keeps crossing by the signal, but I can't get a good shot of it. Did you see it? Yeah, I got it. I see it now. It's coming closer. There's something down here with us. I'm not sure what it is, though.
It's coming towards you guys. Go ahead and head east.
Copy that, east. Cyril, stay here for a minute.
Darren moves towards it to get a better signal, but that leaves me without a picture, in near zero visibility, and I quickly lose my bearings.
I can see about 2 feet here. Where are you? I kind of lost you here. Stand by, Cyril. Stand by. Top side, this is Cyril. Are you marking anything at all? And where?
There's something big on the sonar heading your way. Something moving pretty fast.
Can't pick me up.
Suddenly, the radio signal cuts out. I can't communicate with the team.
This is topside doing a status check for divers. Cyril, are you okay? Cyril, are you okay?
Cyril, you copy? Cyril, where are you? I'm here, right here. I'm right behind you.
Thankfully, the signal comes back, and we keep looking for the creature.
Darren, you got a signal of it? Did you lose it? Yeah, Cyril, there's something there. It's about 27 feet away, but it's small.
Whatever that thing is, it's gone. Let's go ahead and recall our divers to the surface and get out of here.
Diver's coming up.
Topside, we'll be looking for you. Over.
Was it a big shark or a marine mammal? I guess I'll never know what was down there with us, but it could have been the thing in the video. To help me figure out what it could be, I'm told I should talk to George, an employee in a nearby fishing tackle shop. I hear that he spoke with a woman right after she filmed the video.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. George is the name.
Cyril.
Cyril, glad to meet you,
Nice to
sir.
meet you.
How
Yeah.
can I help you today?
I understand that you guys heard of a crazy story of a woman walking into the store, and it's a woman that would have seen...
Oh, come on over here, please.
It didn't take long for George to figure out what I was talking about, so he brings me to the back of the store to speak privately.
What do you know about this story?
So this couple came in. They were out fishing the day before. They were excited to be down here and everything. And when she came in, she had a video that made her quite alarmed about what she had seen.
They were out fishing when suddenly they saw something big breaking the surface.
There's something out there.
What are you looking at?
There's something in the water.
Holy
Do you see
that
it?
thing. I see right where you're looking at. Get a video of that thing. I've never seen anything like that before in my life.
It's right here. It's right here. Holy mackerel. What the hell is this thing? Oh my God.
What was your first reaction when you saw the video?
There was definitely something going on in that water, for sure. There was something big, or something that had moved the surface of the water. I don't know what to make of it.
Where'd it go? Holy, where did it go?
Right out here, like 30 yards out.
It's over there. What is that?
What is that thing? Do you see it?
I do.
Let it come up. What the is that? Go, go. I don't know what that is.
She thought it was a fish?
No, it was something that scared her. I don't think she's afraid of fish.
Yeah. She really thought she had seen a monster, right?
Yeah, by the look in her face, she thought she saw a monster.
I've fished all over South Florida, and I know most of the species here. But I still asked George to take me to the exact spot where the video was filmed to see what I can catch.
So that's the spot, huh?
This is the spot. There's the house you see in the video.
Okay.
And this was the wall that we seen. So when the video was taken from over here.
Right. They were out on the boat right there. They were looking this way. Yeah.
Literally just that way, looking right in. So you can cast out in here, and there's a lot of big fish out here. Enough to feed a monster.
Hopefully I'll get it.
Yeah, good luck.
Man,
Good luck.
Thanks a lot. Really
You're
appreciate
welcome.
Not sure I want to hook into anything that big, actually. From what I saw in the video, it looks like whatever this thing is might have been chasing something on the surface, might have been chasing bait. I don't know exactly, but that could be a predator. I just wonder what it was chasing. Guess I'll find out if I hook something here.
But the day goes by without a single bite. So I keep fishing into the night, hoping that a nocturnal predator takes my bait.
Oh.
No! Broke me off. Man, whatever that was big. There was no stopping it. Maybe that was the monster. What did break my line last night? To be that powerful, I think it might have been either a giant shark, a Goliath grouper, or maybe the thing in the video. I think I'm gonna need some advice. So I came to see Dr. Edward Patak, a scientist and university professor. But judging from his reaction, he seems quite surprised by what he sees.
Yeah, man. Yeah, look at that thing. Yeah. Well, it's kind of my sentiments, too. And
Sorry for the language, she's kind of freaked
well,
out.
that's all right. You know, that would freak me out, too. Okay, first impression is kind of shock, but then now we have to go into analytical mode. And see, over there, I would say it looks almost like porpoises.
Yeah, but there would have been a dorsal fin sticking out.
Dorsal fin, that's right.
A manatee? Could it be a manatee?
The thing about it, it's a little too shiny, even for a wet manatee.
It looks like it's skin.
It's like a shiny skin.
Yeah, shiny skin.
One of my first ideas is that it's a manatee, which would seem to make sense because they're one of the biggest marine mammals in the region. But according to him, that's not it.
Yeah, that's why I thought maybe stingray, like some of the giant...
Stingray?
Because there's some huge southern rays we get here, and some of the big eagle rays and things are pretty big. And they have kind of a dome-like central body with the wings. It could have been a shark rotating. That's part of it. You know, as it was coming up, that they turned. So yeah, there you go. Look at that. I'm trying to see.
Rolls, but there's no pectoral fin.
No pectoral fin, but that's not saying anything because they're a large serrated fish, like a huge grouper. You know, if they rotated, you know, you couldn't see its dorsal fin or anything else. You see the shiny side of the body, period. This is the greatest challenge I've had in a long time.
But I gotta say, this is a challenge to me too. I have no idea.
In science, you gotta look at every possible option, even the weirdest ones. So that's part of the thrill. You have to go out and explore. Just sitting here watching this is great, but you really need to find out. You gotta go out yourself.
Well, Ed, thanks a lot for helping me.
I'm always there to help you out, and best of luck.
One of the first animals Dr. Patak suggested was a shark, but the creature in the video didn't have a dorsal fin. Could it have been a shark swimming on its side? Which would explain why we don't see a dorsal fin? So I head out with Kurt, a shark specialist, to try and catch one and see for myself what it looks like when swimming on its side. Kurt works with the shark research team. He contributes to the conservation of these amazing animals by tagging them so that we can learn more about them.
This is the spot, huh? Does it go right through this channel here?
They pour through here. For them, bait pours out all these mangroves. The current pushing through this deep water channel between the islands. Sharks aggregate in this area, so.
Should be a pretty good spot.
It's getting late, so I put 2 lines in the water right away to maximize my chances of catching the shark quickly.
Yeah, perfect shot. So what kind of monster fish have you caught in this channel?
I've caught sawfish, hammerhead sharks, tiger sharks, bull sharks. This is a great area for really, really big fish.
Ooh. Nice bump. Something's down there. Something's playing with the bait.
Here, right over here. There he is.
Yeah, he's on, man. Yeah, sizable fish for sure. Oh, that's definitely a shark.
I'm getting head shakes typical of a shark. All right, I got leader here. Yep. Oh, it's a lemon. Nice lemon shark. About 7 feet. All right, secure this fish right next to the boat and take it to the shallow water.
Let's take a look at this shark.
This is a lemon shark. It's not a monster lemon shark that gets much bigger than that. Of course, all kinds of species of sharks around here, and they can grow pretty big. But any kind of shark to me, I don't think that's what it is.
There's no way it's the creature in the video.
Look, I mean, it's pretty obvious. There's a dorsal fin on the back. We would have seen that dorsal fin, and we would have seen that tail fin, the caudal fin stick out of the water too at some point. And had the shark rolled onto its side, we would have seen the pectoral fin, which is this fin here. Just trying to get away. All right, Kurt, shall we tug it?
Yep, here we go.
Good.
Yep. You want to get her moving as quick as possible. It can just as easily turn and bite.
Yep.
All right.
Good job.
Watch out.
He's up. Almost got bit on that one.
Yeah, it was close.
It was really close to my leg. Good job. We tagged it, though.
Right.
We had just finished tagging the shark when it turned and got super close to sinking its teeth in my leg. But I'm fine, and the shark is too.
I almost got bit on that one. Ooh.
I was able to take a closer look at one of the animals on Dr. Patak's list. And now, I'm even more convinced that it's not a creature in the video. With the big question still unanswered, there's no way I'll be able to get some sleep. So I've come to a small pier, not far from where the video was filmed. I put a bait in the water and wait to see what takes it. Oh. Good bite, good bite. Here we go.
Whatever it is, it's big.
It took off like a shark.
Man, it's hard to keep my balance fighting a big fish from this wall here. It's a stingray. Oh, an eagle ray.
It's one of the fish on Dr. Patak's list. I really doubt that it's the animal in the video, but I still want to get a closer look.
I'm gonna land it right here. Oh, that's a beautiful animal. It's a spotted eagle ray. I gotta be careful about the barb. They have a barb on the top side of the tail, at the base of the tail. Beautiful animal. I'm gonna put it back as soon as possible, but they can be about 10 feet wide. So in terms of size, it could be the thing in the video, but the shape doesn't match. And also, look, when they swim, they lift their wings like this. So I would have seen some white, the pearl white color underneath the wings. And there was nothing like that in the video. Bye-bye, buddy. Beautiful creature.
The first potential candidate, suggested by Dr. Patak, was the stingray.
I thought maybe stingray, like some of the giant...
Stingray?
And some of the big eagle rays and things are pretty big.
But after taking a closer look at the way this eagle ray moves through the water, I'm certain it's not what we're looking for. His second suggestion was a huge shark.
It could have been a shark rotating.
But once again, after seeing one up close, I know it's not the creature in the video.
Had the shark rolled onto its side, we would have seen the pectoral fin, which is this fin here.
That leaves only one of the three potential candidates he proposed.
Could be a large serrated fish, too, like a huge grouper.
Unbelievable, the size of this animal. This is the one that seems the most likely to me, in part because it can get huge.
Oh, that's a monster, sir. Oh, yeah, that's all right.
I caught one that weighed over 400 pounds, but it can get much bigger than this, up to 800 pounds. And although they're not known to attack humans, I've heard stories from people who found themselves at the wrong place at the wrong time. Goliath groupers use their huge mouths to suck in prey, and that can create some dangerous situations, as this diver found out.
And so the dive master and I both had chum, and they put them in bread plastic bags, and we tied them onto D-rings on our BCDs, and I jumped in the water. My mask was leaking. I went to clear my mask, and as I cleared my mask, something grabs the bag, and it's pulling me down, and when I was finally able to turn, it's this huge grouper that has sucked in this whole bag of chum.
And swimming down.
Swimming down, straight down to the depth. And it finally bit through the plastic of the plastic bag.
Well, otherwise you would have been dragged down all the way to wherever he was going, right?
Who knows how deep he would have taken me.
The best way to know if it's a Goliath grouper is to catch one and compare it with what we see in the video.
Hey, Mark. Good to see you, buddy.
Yes, Cyril. Good seeing you too.
Let's do it.
Yes, sir.
My buddy Mark has been fishing the waters around here for years. He knows exactly where to take me. We head for a spot under a bridge where I fished before. Here, chances are good that we'll find some big groupers.
You know, we're fishing really close to the structure because those fish, they don't like to travel to chase prey. They don't chase prey. They're ambush predators. That means that they hide behind the structure and they just wait for the prey to pass by and they pounce on it. And as soon as they take the bait, I gotta give it all I got. Otherwise, they go right back to the structure and it's a guaranteed break-off. I'm always a little nervous when fishing for these fish because the fight is so violent, they're so big and powerful.
All right, Cyril, get ready.
Oh, I'm ready, all right, man. Are you nervous?
I'm nervous.
Me too, man.
Got one?
I think something's on it. Something's on it, yeah. No, he let go, But he was here, man.
Yeah, no, I thought you got bumped.
I got bumped, yep. All right, they're here. There we go.
Get him, Cyril.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, it's a little one. Man, this is extremely violent. And this is just a little guy. You got it, Mark?
Yes.
Oh, we lost it. No big deal, it was too small anyway.
I thought this was going to be the one, Cyril.
Me too.
It was definitely not the monster I was hoping to catch, but I think I saw enough to see if it looks like the creature in the original video.
Groupers in general, they live on the bottom. That's where they spend most of their time. They might come up to the surface to chase bait. That's very rare, but it might happen.
In comparing the footage of the grouper I had on the line with the original video, it's hard to tell if it's what I'm looking for. When a creature breaks the surface, had it been a grouper, we would have seen a dorsal or a pectoral fin, but I don't see any fins at all.
If it was a Goliath grouper attacking a bait on the surface and rolling just like this one, that would move some water. Because they get humongous, they get to close to 800 pounds. I don't know, it's hard to say. The only way to find out is to get much closer to a giant Goliath grouper.
Goliath groupers are found in the tropical waters of the Atlantic Ocean, and they like to hang out around man-made structures and reefs. And since I still believe that the creature in the video could be a grouper, the best thing to do is to find a monster one and see for myself.
Well, looks like I'm not alone. There are sharks here. Wow, look at that. Beautiful. It's a hawksbill turtle. There's a big reef here. That's a good sign. It's huge. It must be over 400 pounds.
This fish is a true monster, and could definitely be what I'm looking for. The problem is that Goliath groupers are reef fish. They live close to the bottom, near shipwrecks and rocks, and almost never come up to the surface, especially big ones.
Its mouth is so big, he could almost swallow me whole. He's huge. Just like sharks, this guy's definitely at the top of the food chain around here. He has the size to be the creature in the video, but the pattern on his skin isn't right. I don't think it's it. We would have seen the markings on the skin. I don't think it's the creature in the video.
At this point, I really have no idea what I'm looking for. I've closely examined every creature on Dr. Petuk's list, but each time, it's clear that I'm not on the right track. I'm starting to wonder if I'm not dealing with some sort of extremely deep water animal that could have strayed outside of its regular habitat. It may sound far-fetched, but it does happen.
You know, in science, you gotta look at every possible option, even the weirdest ones.
I need some more information, which is why I'm at the Florida Museum of Natural History to meet Dr. Rob Robbins, a biologist who specializes in fish.
Well, Cyril, I'm really excited that you're here. This is the fish collection, Florida Museum of Natural History.
It's huge.
One of the largest in the world.
How many samples do you have?
We've got 2.5 million specimens of almost 9,000 species. So that's about a quarter of the world's diversity of fishes.
2.5 million specimens?
Yeah.
He's in charge of the vast collection of fish species, so with a little luck, he'll be able to help me find what's behind this video.
So you were telling me that you actually get reports of sightings?
Sure, it's favorite aspects of my job. When the public expresses an interest in fish and reports sightings to us, yeah, it's great.
But you believe that there's still things out there that we don't know of?
Well, I'll tell you. So just in the last year, there were 470 new species of fishes described.
In the last year only?
In the last year. There's 35,000 species of fish, Cyril. So in the last 10 years, we've described almost 11% of the known diversity of fishes. So we're still discovering stuff all the time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
To get his expert advice, I show Rob the video.
Oh, hey, that's not PG. So that's pretty big, and to me, it looks like it could be more than one thing.
More than one individual.
Sure. And I'm not entirely sure that it's a fish, but...
So if it's not a fish, it could be a mammal, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's my first impression. I mean, I can't say definitively what that is, I really can't, but it does look to me like that's the most reasonable thing. Well, good luck.
Rob, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot, man.
I've been here for days, searching for answers. But so far, all I've found are more questions.
I don't know if that's the back.
The tail or some other creature coming out of the water as well.
The evidence suggests that it could be a mammal, or even more than one. But other than that, I can't be sure of anything.
It seems I've explored so many different potential suspects, and yet I don't have a single perfect match. I don't know, could there be some kind of a monster fish species out there that we don't know of? Or am I just chasing some kind of a hoax?
Maybe I've fallen victim to someone's idea of a joke, but a professional has assured me that this video is authentic. I guess I'm no further along. And actually, the only thing I've managed to discover is a whole other mystery.
Our area is known for its rich marine life, but could there be some creature out there that nobody has seen before? This mysterious wake was caught on tape by lagoon keeper Craig Reynolds and his colleague. What could it be? It has a name.
The elusive muck monster. It was a Tuesday morning when one of our volunteers and myself were answering a call, and that's when I see this ripple or wake in the water. So he just followed it, and I pulled out the video camera and started videoing it. And we get within about 10 feet of it, and it just disappeared.
That day, Greg Reynolds and his co-worker followed the mysterious wake for over 20 minutes in a boat, but they never managed to see what was creating it.
The start of the wake is all the way up here. You still see wakes back here behind it. That's 20, 25, 30 feet right there.
What did you think when you first saw it? What do you think it was?
That's the thing. I didn't know what it was. It's indescribable. I mean, you didn't see any. You don't see anything sticking out of the water. You don't see a tail. There's just that constant movement of this wake that changes directions.
Yeah, whatever this thing is, a creature or an animal of some sort, it's got to be swimming right next to the surface. What is this thing? It could be a rope that's attached on the bottom, no, and moves like this on the surface.
But it's moving from one spot to another, and then when you come up close to it, it disappears.
It's got to be something swimming.
It's something pushing through the water. I mean, he's moving at a good clip. Or maybe a she.
Whatever this thing is big.
Yeah. Just what is it, is the question.
Yeah.
Two unexplained sightings here in Florida. It can't just be a coincidence. The creatures in the videos don't act in the same way, but still, they have to be related somehow. But with so little to go on, it's impossible to say just how. So I head out with Tori, a local fisherman, to an inlet close to where the second video was shot.
So Tori, the reason why I want to fish in this inlet is because this was seen. As they call it the muck monster. What do you think it might be?
Maybe a big, huge shark. I didn't see a fin on its back.
Yeah, we'd see the fin breaking the surface at some point, right? Because it's very close to the surface, no?
Very close, shooting that wake.
I'm glad that the guy from the local guy doesn't know exactly what it is.
I think it might be some kind of fish.
It might be some kind of fish.
Big shark.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, it's some species.
Oh, thanks, man.
The first step in finding out what's around here is to put a lure in the water and make it move in a way that'll create the most commotion possible on the surface.
Whatever this thing is, it was not swimming on the bottom, it was swimming close to the surface, it was swimming on top. So the logical thing would be to use a lure that mimics a prey that flees on the surface, like this popper.
For this to work, I need to keep casting until my surface lure gets attacked by a predator fish.
Hey, Zero, do you think you're gonna be able to fight that monster?
I guess we'll find out.
You're doing great. Just throw it like 300 more times.
I keep casting all day long, but without a single bite. And conditions start to worsen.
A little rough today. Hold on.
Predatory wants us to head to calmer waters, not far from where the video was shot. He explains that the warmer water created by a local power plant attracts all sorts of bait, making it a great spot for large predators that come into the inlet to feed.
On colder days, the bigger fish come in here. Okay. Whatever you may have seen on that video that was huge will be around here for this warmer water. And over there it gets real shallow, and all the manatees pile in that corner.
So there's manatees around here, right?
Probably 50 of them in there.
Okay. Could this thing be a manatee, you think?
I mean, the manatees would be an easy target. They don't swim fast.
Manatees? Could that be what I've been looking for all along? In the case of the second video, it could be possible, especially considering that there's a large population here. That might even explain the creature in the first video, which is what I thought at the beginning.
A manatee? Could it be a manatee?
It's a little too shiny, even for a wet manatee.
So far, all my leads have turned out to be dead ends. The only thing I'm pretty sure of is that it's more than one animal.
To me, it looks like it could be more than one thing.
More than one individual.
Sure, and I'm not entirely sure that it's a fish.
It could even be the same animal species in both videos, acting in different ways. In the first video, there's a lot more movement on the surface. I think it could be a few manatees moving together, or even mating. I've been using a rod and reel all along, thinking that it was a fish, and now I'm pretty sure it's not. But I still want to see what kind of monster fish I can find around here.
Whoa, it's nice fish, nice fish.
Big fish, man, big fish. Swimming to the boat.
Yep, looks like he's going your way.
Whoa, big fish.
Big fish.
Man, what a hit.
That's a nice fish you have there. Looked like a big jack, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a big jack.
Oh, look, I see him. Yeah, that's a nice jack.
Yeah.
Here, I'll grab the rod and you can grab him with your hand.
Thank you, man. I grabbed the fish.
I'm gonna slowly come back towards me.
Yeah, man, good spot.
You did, huh? You threw that lure good. There you go, beautiful. Yep, hold on real tight for you. Right. Nice fish, nice fish.
All right, man. That's a big jack. Look, he was attacked by a shark, man. Man, that's a big jack crevalle. These fish tend to swim really fast, and when they come up to the surface, usually it's to ambush prey, and they explode on the fish that they attack.
This is a monster jack crevalle, but it's obviously not a creature in the videos. Anyway, now I'm pretty sure that what I'm looking for is not a fish.
Oh, Cat, Tori. Sorry, man, it's all slimy.
Look at you. Nice work catching that fish.
Thanks, man.
I think I finally found the answer. But just to be sure, I go back to see Dr. Patak to see if he thinks it's possible.
Okay, let's see what you got here.
Yeah, I had an idea. Could it be a pod of manatees swimming together and actually mating?
That's an excellent option.
If we pause here.
Yep.
Here.
There you go.
See that thing?
It's rounded. Yeah, that's a manatee. Have you seen a manatee tail?
No.
They're perfectly round. Yeah, look at that. See, you can see it's got a rounded tip on it.
Yeah, but it's two. It looks like there's two. It can't be a head here and a back there, right?
Yeah, it could actually be two.
It looks like this one, the main one is actually pushing another one.
See, there's the head. Yeah, there's the manatee head. Go back and look at it, right there. See the blunt nose on it? That's a side view of it. Guarantee that's what that is.
That's it.
And he's pushing her and she's falling back like this, which they do.
You're right, there's a head right there.
There's the head, and it's looking this direction, and this one's coming this direction. And there's its tail.
So it's manatees mating.
Yeah, absolutely, that's what that is.
Well, that's what I've been thinking, that it could be several manatees swimming together.
Yep.
That was quite an adventure.
I bet. It's something you don't see every day.
It's funny, you start with an idea knowing what it is, and then you get diverted, and then, you know.
But that's the adventure. Field work, particularly like this, where you can solve something weird looking that's kind of terrifying to people, you find out it's just manatees having fun.
Just manatees having fun, exactly. Again, thank you very much.
You're very welcome, buddy.
We've confirmed that the first animal is a manatee, but is that what's just beneath the surface in the second video? To find the answer, I'll leave at dawn to meet one of the world's leading manatee experts, Dr. Robert Bond.
So this is the muck monster. Something that was seen on the east coast of Florida.
Well, it's definitely a disturbance at the surface, and there's a large mass pushing it through the water. It does look pretty characteristic to a manatee.
Really?
I mean, I've seen manatee trails like that where you see undulating footprints where they've moved the water up above. And then what's a little intriguing is the behavior when the boat or the threat gets closer, it goes deeper, and that's what a manatee would do to try to avoid getting hit by the hull of the boat.
Okay,
or the propeller.
yeah, totally. So the manatee could be pushing a wake like that on the surface without us seeing any of the body, right?
Right. You don't necessarily need to see the tail unless it's moving forcefully straight ahead.
The answer to both these mysteries seems obvious now, but getting to the bottom of it all wasn't easy. Appearances were very deceiving. The poor quality of the videos and the woman's intense reaction
What the is that?
even managed to throw off a leading expert such as Dr. Patak.
If you don't know about manatees and you see that big animal rolling on the surface, pushing a lot of water, making a big splash, that could be very intimidating, and you don't know what you're looking at, right?
It's a traumatic situation, and you've got a manatee that's 2,000 or 3,000 pounds, the size of an elephant out there. Then your mind would start to wander, and you'd think, what is this, an alien or some kind of creature that I just don't know?
Thank you. And we're very far from the monster I thought it was. Well, I had doubts, now they're gone. It's good to finally have an answer, I can tell you that much.
After all this, I just had to see these creatures up close. Despite their size and strength, they're gentle, peaceful animals that we humans don't need to fear at all. Thanks in part to the efforts of scientists such as Dr. Robert Bond and rigorous conservation laws, manatees in Florida now number in the thousands. Seeing these gentle giants up close, it's surprising just how much effort it took to get to the bottom of this mystery. One of my first guesses turned out to be the right one.
A manatee? Could it be a manatee?
But with so few clues, I had to explore every possibility. Until I came face to face with something I may never be able to explain.
There's something down here with us. I'm not sure what it is, though.
In the end, a lack of understanding of what actually lives in these waters turned a gentle creature into a monster. Hopefully, getting to the bottom of this mystery will help us better understand the amazing world that lies just beneath the surface.
Watch for trees there, Steven.
Watch out for the rocks and wood.
I'm checking for rocks too. It's pretty tricky navigating the waters here. There's trees, branches everywhere, and rocks too. There's a caiman up on the shore there.
Man, it's full of caimans here. My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I travel the world chasing monster fish.
The size of that fish.
This time, I'm going after one of the biggest and strongest fish in South America, the red-tailed catfish. This monster lives deep in the jungle, in one of the most forgotten places on the planet. And getting there won't be easy.
Watch out, the rocks.
As civilization encroaches on the forest, I'm forced to push deep into the wild, into dangerous territory.
Watch out.
Careful, careful.
That's crazy. We're surrounded by electric eels.
In search of a real monster.
Go back, go back, go back.
Give it up the bottom, give it up the bottom.
Yes, I'm trying, man.
I'm in Guyana on a mission to catch a monster red-tailed catfish. I've caught small ones before, and let me tell you, the fight is incredible. So I can't even imagine what it's gonna be like catching a true giant.
The red-tailed catfish can grow to over 150 pounds, and they are known for being one of the most powerful fish in the Amazon. I'm in Georgetown, the capital of Guyana. The city is located on the Atlantic coast, but if I want to find a red-tailed catfish, I know I'll have to travel inland, deep into the jungle. However, I still want to know what the local fishermen think.
This is catfish, right?
Yeah, catfish.
Saltwater catfish?
Saltwater, yeah.
And you don't have any freshwater fish at all here at the market?
No freshwater fish, only saltwater here.
And do you get any fish from the jungle here at all?
No, the jungle is very far away from here.
All right, thanks. I thought I'd find a few freshwater fish, but no, it's all saltwater.
I ask around, and a local confirms that if I want to find a monster red-tail, I have to go to a river called the Essequibo.
What I want to catch is a red-tailed catfish.
Yeah, you would catch it there.
Yeah? How big do you think?
Big like you, big more than you.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what I want to catch, my friend.
Serious.
Yeah?
You go there, as you go, you get contact for go there, you'll catch him.
He tells me to get in touch with one of his friends who can take me up the river. But according to some of the people around here, the Essequibo River can be a pretty risky place.
This is a piranha bite?
Yes, it's a piranha bite. But he just come and he just bite and leave.
Wow.
Piranha bit me in the Essequibo River. Piranha is there in the river. They're very, very dangerous. Very dangerous.
Wow, no kidding.
Not only is this river dangerous, it's super far. I'll have to go to an indigenous village where I'll meet my contact, and from there, we'll start the adventure upriver. The guy at the market told me it'll take about 15 hours down this dirt road.
You must be wondering why I often try to get as far away from civilization as possible. It's exactly that. It's to avoid man's impact on fishing. Because it's kind of sad, but it's generally true. The more people, the fewer fish. And in my case, I'm trying to catch monster fish, so I gotta go to some wild, remote regions of the planet.
And we have to preserve these areas, or else there'll be none left. I've been on the road for a few hours already, and I'm still coming across logging trucks. There's too much activity around. It looks like I still have a long way to go to get to the remote areas where I'm hoping to catch a monster. The light is starting to fade. This isn't the kind of road you want to be driving on at night. So I press on, hoping to arrive before total darkness. I finally arrive at the village of Fairview to meet Steven, my local fishing contact. It looks like I'm arriving during some kind of a ceremony. I hope I'm not interrupting.
Hi, Cyril. You must be Cyril?
Yes, I'm Cyril.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Well, I came right in the middle of the show, huh?
Yeah, there's a traditional dance here.
That's nice.
There's our ancestors always sport here before without music or guitar or any other instrument, you know.
Okay.
Let's just sing with a local drink and enjoy yourself.
Wow. And how's the fishing, by the way? Big fish?
Yeah, big, like 190 pound, 200 pound.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's really
monsters,
nice.
You know,
Monster fish. Yeah, that's cool. I'm looking forward to catching some big fish.
This morning, Steven and I joined some villagers as they prepare a traditional breakfast of fish and bread made from cassava, also known as manioc. The women of the village first grate the cassava root into a pulp, then press it through a kind of weave in order to extract the poison. If the extraction isn't done correctly, the consequences can be deadly for anyone who eats it.
Because it can kill you, you know.
Oh. That's a good way to get rid of your mother-in-law. She's not your mother-in-law, I hope, right?
Yeah, she is my mother.
She's, sorry about that.
It's surprising that even in this remote jungle village, most people have smartphones and can generate electricity using solar panels.
How do you see the progress of civilization getting, like the cell phones, the communication reaching you guys?
To me, it's very good because it takes us out from the old time days. But at the same time, when you look at it, we are living our culture. Most of the young girls, you can't find them doing this.
They don't know anymore?
They don't want it anymore. It's nice, yes, but at the same time, you live in your culture.
But clearly, she still has her traditional cooking skills. I can't wait to dig in.
Natural food from the jungle, you know.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The non-poisonous version.
Yes.
It's delicious. Not my everyday kind of breakfast, Piranha and cassava, but it's really good. Really tasty. I like it. Really, really tasty.
It's a pleasure for offering you my local food.
Thank you very much. It's very good.
The red-tailed catfish I'm looking for can grow to a monster size. If I do find one of these giants, my rod has to be strong enough to take the tension, and the drag on my reel has to be set precisely so I don't snap the line.
You know, this rod may not look like much, it's not very thick or long, but I'm telling you, it's designed to handle some really big fish. I just tie the line to the tree so that I can set my drag properly. And at the same time, I'll be able to show you how much of a bend a big catfish can put on this rod. See, this is too loose. This is getting good.
There are huge red tails here, so you don't want to go with any line less resistant than 100 pounds.
That's the kind of fight I want with a catfish.
Now that my drag is set properly, it's time to get some bait.
We're looking for snails to catch the bait fish, the small fish that we need to catch the monsters.
Take off the soft part and leave the harder part, so it may look like a fruit from
the tree.
trees falling.
Trying to mimic the fruit, right?
Yeah.
Now, Steven wants to show me how he quickly comes up with a rod in the jungle.
Oh yeah. Nice job, man.
Great rod for you.
Good job, that's a nice rod.
Make it easy for you to get bait for us.
Yeah. Beautiful here.
Yeah.
Now, we need to catch a small fish to use as bait for a monster catfish. So I tie on a small hook.
Cast to the edges like...
Yeah, as if this fruit are falling from the tree, right?
Yeah.
The idea here is to mimic a berry falling from a tree.
Yeah, oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
The commotion on the surface attracts another fish, and Steven is quick to react, throwing his bait right in front of it.
Yeah, you got one. Good job. Good job, Steven. Yes. Sometimes before you go big, you gotta go small.
We start to make our way up the mighty Essequibo. Steven takes us over some rapids to a deep, calm pool where big catfish lurk in the depths.
This is the calm before the storm. I got my finger on the line waiting for the, even the slightest bite. I can feel everything here. And if I feel a bite, I'll let go of the line so that the fish doesn't feel any resistance in the line. Then I close the bill, pick up the slack, and then set the hook. And then the fight is on. But for now, it's a question of waiting. Hey, Steven, how's the bite of the red-tailed catfish? Is it brutal like a Wahoo or Piranha?
No, it's a slow biting fish. Sometimes it just bites and sits there and eat, you know.
Okay.
As soon as you strike, they head for caves.
They head for caves, huh?
This river is filled with rocks and lots of big holes for catfish to hide. If I get a monster on the line, I'll have to act fast to avoid breaking off.
Here we go. There's one.
That's a big cat you have there.
Yeah, big catfish. Don't tell me you got off. Got off, man. I can't believe it.
We keep moving upriver in the hope of finding that monster red tail. But for some strange reason, the water's getting really cloudy.
Look at the color of the water.
All this silt in the water around here isn't normal, and might explain why there are so few fish. But after a while, we found another spot where the water is clear. At this point, we've been fishing for over 6 hours, and although I got a good bite, I haven't landed a single fish. So I cast 2 lines out to double my chances of catching the monster.
That's a good fish.
Steven quickly reels in the other line so he doesn't get tangled.
I don't know what it is. Sizable fish for sure. John Deere.
Yeah.
Leopard catfish. A beautiful leopard catfish. Pound for pound, it's got to be one of the strongest cats. Look at the patterns on the back. That's camouflage. The black spots, that's why it's called a leopard catfish. Beautiful animal. Man, you're strong, buddy. Straight back to where it belongs.
Soft. It's good, good.
Good fish, huh?
We keep moving upriver towards Steven's camp, where we plan to spend the night. And suddenly, I understand why the river is so cloudy. Industrial gold mining.
Look, I'm standing on a sandbank that was created by that barge over there. The gold miners. And what they're doing is that they're dredging the bottom of the river to find gold. And in the process, they're making the water dirty, they're changing the natural course of the river, and destroying fish habitat. So I think I need to go even further to find big fish.
We spend the night at Steven's camp. The fishing here on the Essequibo is normally really good, but we saw a few more gold mining barges along the river last night, which might lower our chances of finding the monster around here.
Hey, Steven.
Hey, good morning, sir.
How you doing, man?
Prepare your nuts.
Yeah, tying up for the
big
fish.
Monster.
Yeah, the monsters.
You know, sir, there is a place. It's an untouched place, really. I myself never explored the place. And
No?
My grandfather told me about the place. It have a huge reptile there.
Really?
Very big. Pig could be like 90, 100.
100 pounds?
100 pound reptile there. It's very far away. It's gonna be dangerous.
In what sense?
Kind of like taking the boat up the rapids, could sprain your ankle, step on a stingray, electric eel, have to walk past the electric eel. Sometimes they may attack, get you. People doesn't really fish in that area. Have to put all efforts to get there.
I like that. I like exploring new places. And if you haven't explored that place yourself, I definitely want to find out what it's all about.
If you want a real big monster,
that's the place.
That's the place there.
Wow, let's go, man.
The satellite phone. This is the only way to reach the outside world. If anything happens, goes wrong, this is it. We can get extracted at least.
We venture even deeper into the jungle, away from all traces of civilization, towards the land once inhabited by Steven's ancestors. To get there, we travel up the Ciparoni River, a tiny ribbon of water that snakes its way through the dense rainforest. The water level here is low, which will be perfect for fishing, but it makes navigating the river very dangerous. there are all kinds of obstacles, like fallen trees and rocks. And because of the low water level, the predators are more concentrated. Suddenly, we come across our first major obstacle, rapids. But Steven is convinced he can plow through them in the boat.
Yeah.
He goes down current, circles around, and heads back towards the rapids at full speed. Out here in the jungle, we have to fend for ourselves. So Steven wants to try to catch some dinner using his traditional fishing gear, a bow and arrow.
Hey, Sarah, look.
Wow, big pacu.
Yeah.
Man, it's so red.
Yeah, it's a male one.
It's this big.
Yeah.
Man, unbelievable. The size of this pacu, it's got to be 20 pounds. And it has barely enough water to get to the algae. That's what it's feeding on.
The pacu goes back to deeper water, but Steven tracks it through the rapids. I try to keep my eyes on the fish.
It's there.
While he stealthily moves in for a shot.
Oh, that's true hunting right there. He's so stealthy.
Hunting animals from the jungle is in Steven's blood, a true survival tradition passed down through generations.
Got it? Wow. What a shot. You're a true hunter, my friend. Whoa. What a catch. What a shot, actually. I'm not quite sure what to call it. I think it's a shot.
Yeah, it's a shot.
Man, that's a beautiful pacu.
Yeah.
So you hunt like that all the time?
Yeah, that's how I fish.
You don't bother with a rod and reel?
No, it doesn't bother with the rod, reels, nets, and so, because my parents teach me to hunt, to use my iron boat to get food for us to eat.
Yeah, that's really nice. What a great way to live off the land.
We keep pushing upriver, looking for a monster red-tailed catfish. And at this point, we're far enough from man's impact that in theory, we should be seeing some big fish.
Got a bite.
Something took my bait, but it spat it out.
It's coming back.
There we go. It's a piranha.
Careful.
It's not what I'm looking for, but it's a nice piranha, and a reminder of how dangerous the waters here can be. We push on a bit further, to a section where the river widens and the current slows down. It's an area where food accumulates, and predators come to feed.
Oh, here we go.
Get it? Yeah, it's on, and it's big. Whatever it is, it's big, my friend.
Steven turns on the motor to keep up with the fish, but the boat is stuck on some rocks. Thankfully, he manages to clear them.
Oh, whoa, big payara.
Payara. Huge payara.
Oh, it's about to break the line.
Careful, jump into the boat. Careful.
Got it. Nice payara, man. Everything has teeth down there. There's always something bigger than you to chase you down and eat you.
We continue upriver, but soon come up against another big obstacle. This is a long set of rapids, and the water here is way too shallow to navigate by boat. So we're gonna have to get out and push. To make our way through, we'll have to tread carefully through water, over rocks and fallen trees, so we can reach Steven's ancestral land, the land of monster fish. I've had to do some extreme portaging over falls in the past, and it was pretty intense.
Here we go again.
This time around, the rapids are much longer, and it's very slippery. Plus, we have to be careful not to step on a stingray. The going is rough, but if you want to get to the monsters, this is the price you gotta pay.
Crazy what you have to go through to get to some really remote spots.
We're almost at the top, but the last part is gonna be the hardest to get over.
It's gonna be tough here.
Yeah. Yeah. You okay?
Yeah. With the motor, the gear, and supplies, this boat has to weigh about 400 pounds, and we've been at it for almost an hour, non-stop. With one last effort, we finally clear the rapids.
We made it.
We take a quick break, but we can't linger long because we still have many miles to go and not much daylight left. We really underestimated how far we had to travel. And now, we're left trying to navigate these dangerous waters in the dark.
Watch for trees there, Steven.
Watch out for the rocks and wood.
I'm checking for rocks too. Watch out, trees.
With the water level so low and all these obstacles in our way, we have to move very carefully.
Watch out to the left, to the left.
Branches?
Left, yeah.
We have backup propellers, but if we hit a rock and our motor breaks, we'll be stranded.
Man, it's pretty tricky navigating the waters here. There's trees, branches everywhere, and rocks too. And look at the caiman there.
We keep moving, but there's so many rocks and sunken trees. Plus, everywhere we point our flashlights, we see caiman eyes.
There's a caiman up on the shore there. My God, there's caimans everywhere here. That's a beautiful caiman right there.
Whoa. Man, it's full of caimans here.
Watch your head. Can pass there?
Right here, yeah. Looks like, watch out, the rocks, rocks. Yeah, it's really shallow, there's a bunch of rocks. Watch the rock here. Watch out, rock here too.
Another one?
Yeah, watch out here. Straight now, straight. Watch out, big rock, big boulder. Yeah. Oh, that was close.
Between the trees, the rocks, and the caimans, I'm starting to think that it might be a good idea to call it a night.
Hey, Steven, maybe we should stop and sleep on the boat, no? And continue in the morning.
A lot of anacondas here, too dangerous to sleep in the river. Have to continue on to camp.
Really? Anacondas can get on the boat?
Yeah, we sleep inside.
It will get into the boat and make we a dinner.
All right, so maybe we should push through the night.
Yeah, we'll continue through the night.
We kept going all night. The sun is up. We are exhausted, but we're almost there. After 3 days pushing upriver, looking for a monster red-tailed catfish, we finally arrive at Steven's ancestral land. It's a beautiful place that has been left untouched for generations. Growing up, Steven heard stories of all sorts of massive fish living in these waters. And being this remote, I don't doubt it. From this point on, we'll have to continue on foot. And out here in the jungle, hundreds of miles from any sort of medical help, we can't afford to let our guard down.
Watch out, Cyril. There's some bullet ants here.
Oh, yeah? Man, it's a big nest.
Yeah. Yeah, very painful.
Oh, yeah.
It's very painful.
Yeah, I've been stung before. I know, it's horrible.
On one of my previous trips to the Amazon, I had to take part in a ritual where I was stung by bullet ants. And the pain was so intense, I blacked out for hours.
It's unbelievable, the pain. It's said to be the worst pain, the worst sting in the whole insect world.
One word, yeah. It's very painful.
You've been stung before?
Yeah, I was stung 4 times.
4 times? At once? Yeah.
Once,
It's horrible, huh?
yeah, it's very painful.
Yeah, so that's why you hang out barefoot?
I use my barefoot to feel. I got better feelings in the jungle with my barefoot.
Yeah, I know. You can feel everything, right?
Everything.
That's why you gotta be careful where you step out of here. There are bullet ants, but there's also snakes, spiders. Pretty dangerous.
We keep trekking for a while, until we find a good spot to set up camp.
We set up here?
Yeah, it's
2 trees?
Good spot here. Put the top here, you can tie a hammock here.
Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, it's gonna rain. Yeah. We're gonna get poured on.
Steven and I make quick work of setting up camp. There isn't much daylight left, and the weather looks like it might take a turn for the worse.
Better at tying nuts with fishing line. But it works.
We set up camp in record time, and we got lucky. The storm missed us.
That's a lot of work trying to catch some monster fish, huh?
Yeah.
It's a real privilege to be invited onto Steven's ancestral land. Out here, we're in an area so remote that no one has fished these waters for decades. I'm the only fisherman Steven has ever brought to this untouched place.
No one's ever fished here?
No one's ever fished here.
No?
No.
Wow.
You're the first guy decided to bring here. Put a lot of effort in it, huh?
Yeah, that puts a lot of pressure on me. I hope I can catch you some fish.
Me too, yeah.
To show you what's down here. But thanks so much, man. It's a privilege. I'm honored to be here on your land.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's my home here.
Well, you're lucky, you know, to have this as your backyard.
Yeah.
Man, I feel so lucky right now. So privileged to be invited onto his land. Unreal.
The next morning, we head out to catch some bait for red-tailed catfish. The pool at the top of the falls, right next to our camp, looks like the perfect place to do that. To get there, we have to wade through a small pool at the base of the falls. But we're not alone.
Watch out, electric eel there. Just popped up to the surface.
Just stand still.
And there's another one there.
Another one here.
You see one there?
Yeah.
Man, there's another one that just came up to the surface there.
Maybe we are surrounded by electric eel here.
Electric eels are very dangerous, as they could electrocute us with shocks of over 700 volts.
They're everywhere in this pool.
We're surrounded and can't turn back now. We have no choice but to cross the pool.
Look, look, look. Watch out, watch out.
Wow.
Be careful of your steps, yeah. Be careful of your steps. Very dangerous.
Yeah, go slow, man. This is no good.
We fight our instinct to rush out of the pool, but we gotta move slowly, because if we scare them, they can shock us.
Careful, by your foot, by your foot, by your foot. Use your boat, use your boat. Push it.
Wow, look at that.
That was crazy, man.
But their homes is there, look.
They live in the holes there. How many can there be in this pool? I saw heads poking out everywhere.
Maybe a whole dozen here.
A dozen, huh?
Yeah.
On another trip to the Amazon, I spent days trying to catch an electric eel. And let me tell you, it wasn't easy.
I don't know how much time I spent looking for one of these in Brazil. And it looks like they're all right here. Incredible. Wow.
Let's go.
Let's keep fishing, man. Or let's start fishing.
We get to the top of the falls, and I cast a surface lure to try and catch some bait. I make the lure zigzag to create the illusion of an injured fish swimming. I'm hoping to trigger an attack from a wolffish, prime bait for red tails.
This is the smallest lure I have. But you know, even a wolffish this big will attack a lure this size. They don't care.
They attack bigger fish even at the same size like them.
Oh yeah, they attack very big prey for their size.
Yeah. Wow, that's a wolf there. You have a wolf there. Look at that, Cyril.
Oh my gosh. Ah, here we go. Come on. All right. Yes.
Good.
Nice wolffish. It's not a monster, but that's good bait, right? That's what you wanted, huh?
It's a bit big for a bit.
So I need to catch a smaller one, huh? We can put this one back in the water?
Yeah, I can release it back.
Excellent. It's too big. It's not the right bait. But at least I can put it back in the water. Beautiful fish. Commonly called a wolffish, but here in Guyana, they're called amara. Man, those fish are so explosive. I love the way they attack. Because they're ambush predators, so they sit behind a rock or a log at the bottom, waiting for prey to pass by. And as soon as it passes by, boom!
We tend to say big bait, big fish. But in this case, Steven really insists on catching a small wolffish. He says that red tails here like the taste of the little ones better. So I keep casting until I get the right size wolffish.
That's a wolf.
That's a wolffish, yeah. I think it might be too big.
No, that's the right size, yeah.
Yeah, perfect size. That's exactly what we want. All right. There you go, my friend. Yes.
We get back on the boat to try and find a good spot to catch a red-tailed catfish. A few minutes later, we find a deep pool that looks very promising.
Come on, take it. Take it. Yeah, here we go. I don't know what it is. It's a powerful fish.
Just keep it off the bottom before it's going to snag.
Yeah. What do you think it is? You think it's a red tail?
Yeah, fights like a red tail. Nice fish, Cyril.
I don't know what it is.
Small Joe.
Joe, yeah. It's not the monster I'm looking for, but it's a nice Joe. Beautiful little Zhao. Man, this fish gave me such a powerful fight. Unbelievable. Beautiful animal. Look at the patterns on this animal. Dark brown color, almost black on certain parts of the body. They get that from living in the deep holes of the river where they blend in with the environment. It's not a monster at all, but man, I love him. All right, buddy, you're going back.
I've traveled far into the jungle, and I've been chasing a red-tailed catfish for days. So far, I've managed to catch a couple of decent catfish, but they were far from the monster I'm looking for. And now, heavy rain has brought the water level up, which will scatter the fish. We're back at our camp to cook up the pacu Steven caught with the bow and arrow, and to talk about how this latest setback could affect our fishing.
And what about the water level that's rising like that? You think it's going to be tough on the fishing, no?
Yeah, it would affect the fish because I noticed when the water is coming, the bait can be just around with them, but it doesn't take it, you know.
Plus we have a full moon right now, right?
Plus the full moon is upon us, is even make it worse.
This is too bad because timing was perfect. The water level was ideal. Oh well, we're just gonna have to work harder.
The water level is still rising from the rain earlier today, and the fishing is gonna get worse. So even though we're tired, we just have to keep fishing, especially because we know that catfish like to feed at night.
We're gonna try fishing at night a little bit because catfish don't generally feed by sight. They feed by probing the bottom with their bobbles, by feeling around until they find something to eat. And in this case, I hope they find my bait. Oh. Bite, good bite. Yeah. Here we go. Oh. Got off. Ah! Man, that was a good fish.
Break the line?
No, I think he got off. Oh, he's here. He's here. No, he's here. Yeah. No, he's here. Still here. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go, man. Thank you, Steven. And he was swimming right towards the boat. I couldn't feel it anymore.
Suddenly, the fish goes underneath some branches. My line could break.
I'll feel the branches. Go back.
Keep it off the bottom.
Yeah, I'm trying, man.
This is the monster. But my line is probably damaged from the branches and could still break.
You think it's a red tail?
Yeah, that is a big red tail.
I don't know what it is yet, but nice fish.
I cleared the snags. The fish is coming up.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. That's a big red tail. You were right, Steven. That's a big red tail. We're bringing it to the beach there. There's a little beach. That's where I'll land the fish. That was a brutal fight, man.
Careful.
Oh, my God. Look at the size of this red tail. When I tell you this is the land of monsters here, I got one right here. Oh. You hear the weird sounds that it's making right now? It's because it's pushing air through its gills and not water. What a monster. That's a big cat. Look at the size of the head, massive head. Bone all the way to about here, to the dorsal fin. and then it tapers off into this powerful tail. That's what gave me this crazy fight. Really powerful tail. And look at the business end of this fish. Big, wide mouth that is designed to swallow prey whole. Look, how big of a mouth that is. And unlike sharks that have serrated teeth that are designed to cut through prey, these guys can't do that. They only have grasping pads, but they're full of sandpaper-like teeth. Tiny, tiny teeth here on the bottom part of the jaw. Same thing on the top part of the jaw. So they swallow the bait whole. It's crushing my finger right now, my thumb. Beautiful creature. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Sorry I get you all wet.
No, it's okay. You're welcome.
That's a nice fish.
Great fish.
You make me really happy right now. That's exactly what I've been looking for.
Me too. When you're happy, I happy too.
That's great. Thank you.
It's been a real adventure. First, I took a very long road to escape the impact of civilization on fish populations. But even in this remote corner of the planet, human activity continues to have negative consequences. So with Steven, we traveled further into the heart of the jungle. And despite the obstacles we faced,
Crazy what you have to go through to get to some really remote spots. Watch out, electric eel there.
we managed to catch a giant red-tailed catfish I was looking for.
Look at the size of this red tail.